any problems with the microphone or anything, by the way, because I can't tell. Because I'm not good at computer stuff, if you can't tell already. So, what we're doing today is we are raising funds for the upcoming Every Comic Shop in Georgia trip. I'm going to be going to 48 comic shops in the state of Georgia. And I got this little map here all planned out with my daily routes. And I'm super excited about it because ever since I moved to Georgia in April, I have not exactly been having a great time. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the rest of the state and doing something actually fun in a state that has been just not very kind to me this whole time. So the issue is when I did Every Comic Shop in Michigan, it ended up costing me like, I don't know, $400 in gas at least, not to mention how much I lost by not working and how much I spent on food and of course how much I spent on comics, but you know, that's just a self-control thing, I suppose. So what I did this time was I planned it out much better. It's going to be way more efficient, especially gas-wise. And if you can see my little poster right there, I have a breakdown of exactly how much it's going to cost expense-wise. That is only factoring in the gas and feeding Adri, the cameraman, who is being generous enough to come down and spend a week of his time just filming me going to comic shops. And Adri does not even like comics all that much, by the way. So it is really just a cool bro thing to do for him. So the least I can do is feed him, right? So that doesn't count food or hotels or anything. Luckily, since I live in Georgia, I can just drive home most of those days, but we're going to be like 3 hours-ish away from home one of those nights. So a hotel would be nice, but not included in that $400. So what we're doing today to hopefully raise money for this trip is we're going to take a look at the first comic I ever wrote and drew back in 3rd grade, just for fun. We're going to look at a new comic that I've been working on for the past year, so a long time. And then we're going to make a comic, all of us together. Like I'm going to take your prompts and we're going to develop characters and a plot together, and then I'm going to draw it, and then I will probably be auctioning it off to raise money for this. Let me just catch my breath really quick. How many people are watching? 9. Hello, everybody. So a new Every Comic Shop video. Yes, sir. Good to see you as well, Joe Kruger. Let's see. What do I talk about next? Oh. Where's my list? What I did... So if you're not familiar, what I did for the Every Shop in Michigan video was I would go to a comic shop. Yeah, you sound familiar. I think I remember you. Like I was saying, I went to every shop in Michigan, and what I did was I would film for like 5 to 10 minutes, and then I would give a rating. Out of 6 categories, you had the potential to earn 5 points in each category, so a potential of 30 total points. And the rating system was not to discourage people to go to the shops that scored lower. It was mostly to encourage people to go to every shop. And I want to highlight the positive aspects of every shop. But it was really interesting the way it worked out because, let's see, which tab is it under here? I'll share my screen for you to show you some data that I collected. Share screen. Yeah, that one. Of all the shops in Michigan and the score they received, you can see the category here. We got community involvement, new issues, back issues, oh wow factor, bargain section, and organization. And then that's their total score out of 30 over here. So I have everybody written down. I think it's something like 70, 60, but I didn't give a rating to 3 of them because I wasn't there myself. And then another thing that I thought was super cool that I put together is, come on, you can do it. Where is it? It's going to be that one. This is a little bar graph that I made just for fun. Just all the shops in Michigan. So as you can see, the lowest score that I got was 14 out of 30 points. Only one shop scored that low. And then it was, it looks kind of like a bell curve here. Really interesting that a lot of shops, 7 shops scored 20, 7 shops scored 27. And then for the most part, it's just a regular bell curve other than that, with the average being somewhere around 24 points, which is pretty good, honestly. I mean, anything more than 15 is better than average, technically. Or I guess 3 times 6 is 18, because 3 out of 5 points was considered average in my metric. So if you're anything higher than 18, you're already better than average. But it's really these shops in the 25 and up range that are exceptional, doing something right. So that's just a fun little bar graph I made. Thought it'd be fun to show you. Can you also see me? It's black screen. What? Is it still black screen? Oh, from Kruger Comics. Yeah, that makes sense. How you guys doing? How's your shop? Finally came up. Thanks, Dad. That's my dad. Can you see me in the corner as well as the score distribution? Or is it just the score distribution that you can see right now? Shop is doing way better. That's awesome. Love to hear it. Getting in new comics. Awesome. Just like you said you would. One of my favorite parts of visiting every shop in a state is seeing new shops and then being able to promote them a little bit, because the main reason that I do this is because I want comic shops to be able to thrive. I want brick and mortar comic shops to not go away as we transition into like online comics, and as people don't have the attention span to go and dig through dollar bins like they used to, you know? So if I can promote new comic shops, that's the goal. And of course, buying comics is really fun. So anyway, now that you can see the score distribution, like I was saying, we had a lot of people score 27 points. That is great to hear, Joe. I'm really glad that a couple people came in because of the video. That's the goal. So a lot of people scored 27 out of 30, which was a surprise, and a lot of people scored 20 points out of 30, which was also interesting. Those are the outliers in this otherwise typical bell curve. Anyway, so we're doing every shop in Georgia. It's partly so that I can finally enjoy Georgia. It's mostly so that I can promote comic shops. What was my point there? I forgot. Let me grab my route for you so I can show you. I know this is kind of low tech. It's the only way I know how to do things is low tech, but it's going to have to be good enough. So what I've got here is a bunch of colored push pins. The white push pins up here are day 1. That's going to be Wednesday, the 16th. We're going to start in Martinez and then go to Augusta and then back up here to Athens and then all the way up to Lake Hartwell and then back down to, general metro Atlanta area. We're going to hit a bunch of shops in this area. The next day, this is really hard to do. The next day, we're going to start over here in Macon and also hit Warner Robins and then come down here to, what town is this? Dublin. And then way out here to Statesboro and then end in Savannah. And actually, I got an email this morning because I was confirming with every shop yesterday, making sure it's okay for me to come in, giving them the time that I expect to come in. And one of the shops said that they don't want me to come in, which happened a couple times in Michigan, but I assumed that whenever it happened in Michigan, it was because it was kind of last minute. They didn't have time to prepare and they didn't like being put on the spot. So I thought that by doing things ahead of time and warning them that people wouldn't really mind, because it's kind of free publicity. But it's also, I understand that there are YouTubers out there who go places and just wanna make people look bad. So I understand some skepticism. Um, but Savannah Comics said no, and it's understandable right now because they just had a hurricane last week, and he said that they're gonna have another hurricane on Thursday, which may impact my plans of going to every shop. I don't know yet. Um, so it's understandable, he's got a lot of stuff going on. He also did send me a link to another video that another comic tuber made. I forget what they're called, but they apparently were just in there like 2 months ago, and they posted a 20-minute video of the shop. So I got scooped is what happens. Somebody else went in there and shot the shop, and now he doesn't want anybody else coming in, probably because he's tired of YouTubers. I don't know. So I guess we're not gonna film Savannah Comics. So don't yell at me when the video comes out and Savannah Comics is not included. I will probably stop in anyway because we'll be at like 3 shops in the same 10-minute radius. And it's stupid not to go. So we'll probably stop in just to look around and see if he's changed his mind. And if he hasn't, no big deal. If he has, then I'll get footage. It'll be great. Because the shop has been there. Savannah Comics has been there for 38 years. And those are my favorite kinds of shops, the ones that have really endured and they have tons of stuff just crammed in there. So I want to go regardless. It'd be a bummer if I can't film, but I understand. And hopefully there won't be another hurricane that makes it so I can't visit all of these shops. That would be, well, inconvenient in a lot of ways other than just for my video, but inconvenient nonetheless. As we go, I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody has about the upcoming trip. I am really excited to announce that I'm being sponsored by somebody, which is a first. So I'm not as reliant on making money off of y'all as I was before. I didn't know until 2 days ago that this was going to happen, but Brian from Manage Comics, which is a subscription service that a lot of local shops use, is fundraising like the whole thing, which is amazing and unexpected and very generous. I'm very appreciative. And let me show you Manage Comics if you don't know anything about it. My local shop, Infinite Realities, uses Manage Comics. What they do is Manage Comics works through Shopify, so it's a platform on the comic shop's website. So it doesn't redirect you to something else when people want to order comics that are coming out each week. It keeps you on the shop's website and they can see all the upcoming titles. They can manage their weekly subscriptions. They can get rid of stuff. They can add stuff. They can even see different covers. It's really useful. I didn't even know that Infinite Realities was using it because I would just go in and tell them what I wanted to buy, and then it would be there the next week. And then once I heard from Brian at Manage Comics, I looked it up, and it turned out I was already in the system. So it's really easy to use. Let me show you what it looks like on my shop's website. This one. Okay. So I'm going to pop back over really quick and see if you can see it. All 9 of you, all 8 of you just went down. All right. Can I? No. Thanks for bearing with me, guys. This is my first live stream ever. I don't entirely know what I'm doing. There it is. Okay. Tell me if you can see it when I'm on the page right now. Can you still see it? Cool. All right. So, great. Thanks, Joe. So, as you can see, I'm on Infinite Realities still, but I'm going through Manage Comics to look at subscriptions. And what you can do is you can browse by release date. If you click here, it shows you a calendar. Maybe I want to go to 2 weeks from now, Wednesday the 16th. And you can see all the covers that come out that week. It's all totally alphabetical. It's not It's not organized by publisher, but what you can do is you can go specifically to publishers. So if that's how you want to look at it, you can. Computer's a little bit slow because it's doing a million things. That's pretty cool. You can browse by publisher. Look at all these publishers I had no idea existed. And the coolest part, or I guess the most practical part, is if you go to my subscriptions, you can take a look at all the series that you're subscribed to, and it's going to show you the next issue that's coming out for that subscription. And it's all alphabetical here. So these are my subscriptions. I counted, and I think I'm subscribed to 38 titles right now. So I'm addicted. I have a problem. But at least that problem is excessive literacy, right? So the site for the subscription service is called Manage Comics, and it's really easy to book a one-on-one conversation with Brian from Manage Comics, and then you go through Shopify, which is a subscription I think that you have to pay for, and then through Shopify, Manage Comics will be added to your website for the shop. And as a customer, I never have to deal with it if I don't want to. But if I do, then I can add and subtract subscriptions whenever I feel like it. I don't have to bother anybody at the shop. I don't have to worry about whether or not they wrote it down on a piece of paper that they'll actually hold on to for the next 4 hours until they get it in their system or write it in their binder or whatever. Because I've definitely had that happen before where I'll let them know I want to add like 5 titles and they'll write it on a piece of paper and then they'll just lose it. And then the next week will come and one of the titles will be out and somebody will have bought the cover that I wanted. You know, that kind of thing. So it is really nice. And like I said, Manage Comics is sponsoring the trip, but it's not like he's pressuring me to tell people about this. He's not pressuring me to hard sell them. He's a really chill guy. He said if it comes up organically, he'd love for me to chat with people. But the point is, I genuinely think that this is a good service, and I'm glad to be partnering with someone that I think is doing something very useful for the comic industry because it's making it really easy for new comic shops, especially when you have a new owner take over an old comic shop, and it turns out they just have this binder full of sticky notes that they have to go through every single week and manually count up how many people want Detective Comics. It makes it really easy for those new owners to make a sleek, quick way to get subscriptions done so you don't have to spend all week doing it. Because, you know, new comics are a very important part of comic stores. That's why it's a requirement for my trip. They have to sell new issues to be part of my trip and part of my video. But it's not like they make a ton of money. You know, it's maybe a 50% markup, best case scenario from what they bought it for. So if you're only making what, 150, $2 off of each comic you sell, it's not like you're pushing out crazy amounts of money making product every week. So the easier it can be, the more automated it can be, I imagine the happier the comic store owner will be. So point is, it's a cool service. He's helping me out with the trip a lot, and I really appreciate it. That being said, you'll notice that I'm still here running a live stream asking for money. And that's partly because I didn't know I was going to be funded until 2 days ago, and I had already set up the live stream and everything, so I wanted to do it anyway. But also partly because that's just the minimum expenses. That's just to get gas and pay the camera guy. It's not including any of the food. It's not including spending money at shops. It's not including hotels or whatever. So if you find it in your heart to help sponsor this trip, I would very much appreciate it. I want to be as transparent as possible, with where the money goes, and I don't want to make it seem like I need your money really bad or else it won't happen, and then you pay me and it turns out I already had money, so I take what you paid me and just go buy comics from a personal collection. That seems slimy, and I don't want to do that. Um, because I'm not having a great relationship with money right now, so I'm not gonna assume anybody else is either. So I'm gonna respect your hard-earned money, and if you wanna donate something, I want it to be used the way that you want it to be used. Um, but there's also future states, I'll probably do Tennessee after Georgia, so if I raise more money than I absolutely need for this trip, I'll probably just put it towards every comic shop in Tennessee. Or maybe I'll do Alabama next because I'm assuming that one's gonna be an easy one. How many comic shops can there be in Alabama? I don't know, maybe there's a billion and I'm wrong. So, as you can see on the sign, if you choose to donate, we have Venmo, Cashapp, PayPal, and Zelle. If you don't have one of those apps, which I find highly unlikely, but if you don't, feel free to put some cash in an envelope and I will just as happily accept it. I will give you the address to send it to if that's the way you want to do things. I know that it's kind of hard to see this sign in the background there. So all of that information is in the description of the video. And you have the phone number associated with all the other accounts. So if it asks you for the last four numbers, those are the last four numbers of the phone number. And once again, thank you so much in advance. I'm going to do this one way or another, but your money will really help make it easier on me because, I'm not making money this week. Whatever I spend at the shops is my own problem, right? I don't want it to be your problem that I can't control myself. I can't keep myself from spending money at shops, but it's very likely that I will. And I could say, your money is going towards supporting local shops, which isn't technically a lie, but it still feels kind of slimy, If you are so inclined to send money so that I can buy comics at a shop, great. I love it. I'm not going to say no. I'm shameless about accepting money, and I'll be super stoked about it. But you should probably mark however you send that money with that intention. And if people don't mark the money with that intention, I'm going to assume that's not what the money is for. Okay, let's move on from the annoying money stuff and actually get into the interesting stuff. And like I said, if you have any questions about the Georgia trip or any questions about the Michigan trip that I did last year, just let me know. And I'll be monitoring the chat here and I'll answer questions as they pop up. Hey, Indie Comics Corner. I am well. How are you? Ugh. All right. So the first thing I wanted to do, because we're all here because we love comics, right? This whole channel is devoted to loving comic books. And I want to kind of show you how deeply and how long I have loved comic books. I started reading my dad's collection probably when I was six or seven ish. He had grown up going to drugstores, with his allowance and buying comics off the rack, like Uncanny X-Men and Teen Titans, Iron Man, Fantastic Four, stuff like that, the classics. So some of the first comics I read were the Claremont Byrne X-Men series. Great stuff. But I also had a lot of like Calvin and Hobbes to read. So I grew up getting pretty literate pretty fast because Calvin and Hobbes in particular is there's some pretty insane vocabulary in there. I even read an interview one time of Bill Watterson saying that he has a hard time remembering what words he knew when he was 6. So sometimes Calvin will have vocabulary that a normal 6-year-old wouldn't have, but Watterson just couldn't remember if he knew those words. So by the time I got to 3rd and 4th grade, I was pretty well read, at least in cartoons. I'd become infatuated with them. I was reading them all the time. I didn't have a lot of friends. Okay. I had to make friends in comic books. So in 3rd grade, one of my assignments was to write a story, using spelling words that I had spelled incorrectly. I was pretty good at spelling. I read a lot, so I could spell pretty well. And what I did was I wrote and drew a comic book using those vocabulary words. So that's what I'm going to show you today is the first comic I made in 3rd grade using spelling words that I had to show that I knew how to use. So this is The Adventures of the Fly. And it says 2 episodes in 1 because I had 2 homework assignments and then I combined them into 1 issue because it was a thing that comics I was reading at the time did. You know, I read like Marvel Adventures or like Super Spidey stories, and sometimes they would have reprints that had a few issues in one. So we've got there my original character, the Fly, who very clearly looks like he was drawn by a 3rd grader. And what else does it say there? Starring the homework of Signco. That's supposed to be a town, like the town of Signco. I don't know. I think I made that town up. That town doesn't exist. Signco is not a real place. I think I was just trying to think of a town name that was plausible, but also was original. And looking back on it, it doesn't seem that plausible, but it's mine, and that's what matters. And then it also says it features the bad guys with bad hats. Thanks, Molly. That's my wonderful fiance in the chat. So if we get into this, that's the original cover. It's called The Spelling Homework of Signco. And you should pretty quickly notice the similarities to Captain Underpants there. I was reading quite a bit of Captain Underpants at the time, so there's some serious reference to that. Especially, what is that? What does that say? It's got action, laughs, and romance, and then not in parentheses. That seems like a very Dave Pilkey thing to put on a cover. So I drew it on lined paper too. This is the first page where I managed to fit most of the plot because I did not, I had read a lot of comic books and it had not occurred to me why there were the number of panels that there were on a page. So when I made my first comic, I was like, I only need like 2 square inches to draw the Fly walking. So why wouldn't I just have 30 panels on a page? What's the point? So there we have 30 panels on a page. Let's see what happens here. We've got the Fly walking around, whistling to himself. And it says, world famous superhero Fly spots an interesting bulletin. And bulletin is underlined because I had spelled it wrong. So that was one of the words I had to use. The bulletin says, notice, new colonel needed for army. Colonel also spelled wrong. That's why it's in the assignment. But can you blame me? Would a 3rd grader really hear the word colonel and think there's definitely 2 L's in there? No. So then he has an idea, little light bulb, and then the light bulb goes out and he loses the idea. And then he gets the light bulb back. It's very cute. And then he goes to the governor of Signco, and that's my official government building in the corner there. The little hump. And then he hops up on the governor's desk and the governor says, hello, Fly, what can I do for you? And then I guess I didn't feel like having a whole conversation where the situation is explained again. So I put a little caption that says, a while later. And then the governor says, so you're here for the ad. Well, what can you do? He's like testing him out. So the Fly says, oh man, that's really hard to see. I'm sorry. I can shoot lasers. I can, what does that say? Make fire, fly, see through walls. And I guess that was sufficient for the governor. So he said, paying a colonel is very expensive. And then the Fly is happy because he's like, I like making money. He speaks a little happy emoji. And then what does the governor say? I can't read that. You have to prove you're committed. So then I have the Fly like sitting behind some barricade getting shot at to prove that he's committed. That's cute. And the colonel says, we have a colossal problem. I spelled colossal wrong as well. There has been a huge crime wave over Signco. Somebody is, what does that say? Somebody is drowning? Oh, draining. Somebody is draining the reservoir. We need that water to run the hydronuclear power plant. Without it, imagine the problems. And then he says, I've even formed a committee, but they need a superhero like you. And the governor he's He's beside himself. He's crying so much. And then he says, but now that you're here, we're not going to die. Yay! And his glasses fall off. Very, very third grade. What did you expect? Then he says, first you must conceive a plan and receive your commission. Man, I think I used up like all of my spelling words on that first page. Yeah, all but one. So on page 2, we've got the bad guys with bad hats. Outside a concession stand, he says, okay, so the next hideout is at the old warehouse that's in all these superhero stories, which is very on theme for Captain Underpants, I think. And then it shows the warehouse, and it has a giant sign on it that says the old warehouse and all these superhero stories, and then another sign attached to it that says it's also a hideout. And then we got the Fly, and he says, calling police, I've found the hideout. And the radio says, I know. How can you know? Look up. And he looks up, and there's the policeman hiding on the balcony that is on the building, which is suddenly so much smaller. And then I skipped over the entire fight scene, I guess. That's pretty lame. The fight scenes have never been my favorite part. It's all about the social drama, you know? It's all about how the people feel when they're catching bad guys with bad hats, and the responsibility of upholding the law. That's what I care about a lot. And we got the judge in court. He says, order in the court. And we got one of the bad guys in bad hats sitting in the witness box, I guess, because I did not know how court works, and I still don't, honestly. And he says, move over, you lug. And then the judge smacks his own hand with the gavel, that could happen. That could happen. That's one of the many dangers of being a judge. Then he says, ow, I condemn them to 10 years in jail. And then it shows them in jail crying. 2 pages. That whole comic was 2 pages. And then I have an ad for the next issue. And they're stealing the keys from the cop. Genius. Guys, I'm just a genius. I've always been a genius, you can tell. And then there's issue 2. The cover for issue 2. I think this was another assignment. Fly in the comic without a name. And he says all the charm's gone away because it's issue 2 and issue 1 was the only one with charm. And now he feels like he's repeating himself. And then what does that say? And maybe if you're real nice, a cop will show up. Yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. All right, so I mellowed out on the panels a little bit. I learned from my mistakes. It says, this is correspondent Jay Akers live in Harrisburg telling you that the bad guys without a name have escaped jail. Yes, I am wearing a wig. Awesome. And then the Fly says, is this going to be continuous? Which was another spelling word. Correspondent in Harrisburg. Why was Harrisburg a spelling word that's a proper noun? That's odd. And then this cop says, Fly, I've been looking for you. Let's, what does that say? Let's look for clues. And then he says, is this a clue? Oh, come on, you can do it. You can do it, computer. Focus. What does that say? No, it's non-living. All right, there you have it, folks. I am a detective, and if something is not alive, it cannot possibly be a clue. Definitive proof. And then the cop says, hey, look, a bazaar. Which, hey, in 3rd grade, I did know how to spell bizarre like that's bizarre, but I did not realize that bazaar was a name for, what is it, like a flea market, sort of? So, honest mistake. And then, ooh, a saxophone. What good is that? I don't know, I like him. And then you can see him playing his saxophone, which looks suspiciously like a clarinet, because I had not ever seen one in real life, I think, at that point. And then the Fly says, please put down this comic, it's embarrassing. Humiliating. And then, later, let's see, we have to use these words in the story. What does membrane mean? I think I had not figured out a way to organically use the word membrane in the comic. So what I did was I just had Fly ask what this word means, and then I wrote the literal definition as it appeared in the dictionary. But then to show that I understood it, I had Fly say, English, please. And then the cop says, a thin barrier that lets some things through and not other things. So, see, I understood the word. I completed the assignment. I put the word in the story, and I showed that I knew what it meant. So it's good enough. I still passed. Then on the next page, they're back at the hideout, and he says, "Hey, I remember this place." And then they bust in and say, "Hiya, creeps." And the bad guys, without a name, I guess that's what they're called now, say, "Run." And then Fly jumps on him. And the guy says, "Please, I'm innocent." And then the Fly says, "That is a big old fat, stupid, dumb, what is that? Miserable, unbelievable, inconsiderate fallacy," which was another spelling word I had to use. So he just screamed in his face that he's a liar. Really, really classy superhero dialogue there. And the cop says, "What happened?" And he says, "I think Chuckles here fainted." Screech. Don't know what that means. Whoops, there goes the car. Oh, I guess they're getting away. The other ones are getting away. So they put the one guy in a net, and he sighs to himself because he's really, really reconsidering what he's doing with his life. And then the cop gets on the Fly's back, and they fly away. He says, "Man, you're heavy." Pure classic literature. And then the Fly goes bink, and he turns into a truck. And just so nobody was confused, I made a little sign that says "Fly" pointing to the truck. And then we have this car chase. And I'm honestly, I don't hate this car chase. I think this was a pretty good job. You can see the Fly coming up behind the bad guys. Like there's some actual depth there. You can tell that car is behind the other car. Good job, 8-year-old me. And then you see the cop standing on top of the Fly as they come up parallel. And then the Fly says now, and the cop jumps at the other guys. And then he's hanging onto the roof and he says, "Hey, look, a sunroof." And he jumps through the sunroof. And then what did he say? He says, "You're way too action packed to be an officer." And he's doing like an Egyptian dance thing on their dash, I guess. And then the Fly rams himself into the truck and they all go flying. And they all faint. And then he takes them to jail. And then the Fly goes and visits the president. He says, "Hi, Mr. President." And the president says, "Who are you?" And he's all upset about it. And then he goes and visits the judge. And he says, "Who are you?" And he's all upset about it. I don't know why I put that in there. Then he says, "What are we going to do with him? Throw him in jail. You guys had a very bad scheme. Problem solved. Wee you." Oh, there's more sirens. So there's another job to go do. And they say, "Oh boy." The end. That one was 4 pages. So I doubled my page count in issue 2. And then I have another page at the very end that says, "We're going to be in here a long time because now the cop is being forced to stay awake so they can't steal his keys." So that was the first comic I ever made in 3rd grade. I'm really curious to see other people's first comics because I know that a lot of y'all comic fans started out as hopeful comic artists yourselves. And I would love to see what y'all did when y'all were kids and you thought you were geniuses. Hydrophobia, nice. And then we got issue 3 was another assignment, probably 4th grade by that point. It's from Valentine's Day 2008. And then after that, I just started doing it on my own for fun. I think this cover I had just read. There's an issue of Uncanny X-Men that's like spread into five parts, and one of them is like the mystery of Moira McTaggart's island. What's that place called? Oh, I forgot. Why can't I remember what that's called? Mirror Island. I can't remember what it's called because I don't know how to pronounce it. Like the mystery of Mirror Island and the Phoenix doing something, and the cover was all split up into 5 sections, and I had just read that issue and I wanted to emulate it. So that's why the cover looks like that. And then I made issue 5 when I got tired of the Fly and decided to write Firebolt instead. And then I was reading Justice League Unlimited a lot, that series for kids from like 2004-ish. And Mirror Master had just shown up. And I think I made this villain that was very similar to Mirror Master. It looks like these are still spelling assignments because they've got words in here like a crescent, like ACCRESCENT, and abhorrence, bibliothecarial. Like I would not have used these words just for fun, so they must have been an assignment. But you can see, even if my drawing skills were not getting that much better, my idea of how many panels should be on a page was at least developing. So there's a little bit more room for the action. Hey, the flock. I'm doing good. How are you doing? Oh. Me neither, Molly. I still can't spell these words, and I just looked at them. I already forgot how to spell them. So obviously I kept drawing for a long time. I didn't just stop after like 4th grade. By the time I was in high school, I was the newspaper cartoonist. I did that for a couple of years, and I did okay. You know, I was better than average for any random high schooler in terms of the drawing, but I wouldn't say that I was like comic artist worthy. I still don't think I could draw comics. It would take me years to develop the skills to professionally draw comics. But what we're going to do today is draw a comic that is going to be terrible. We are deciding right now it's going to be terrible, and we're going to have as much fun as we possibly can making a terrible comic, and I'm really excited about it. But before we get to that, what I'd like to do now is just a reminder really quick for anybody who's jumping on now. The point of this live stream is to raise funds for the Every Comic Shop in Georgia trip that I'm going on. And as you can see, there are ways to send money over there. I am, of course, very thankful to anybody who chooses to do so, but don't feel pressure. If I raise more than that amount, it will just go towards other shops or this other endeavor that I'm about to tell you about. So a secret that I've been keeping for a long time is that, well, obviously, you could probably tell by now, I don't really want to be a YouTuber. I don't love being on the internet. I don't love making a ton of things all the time that aren't received well and then feel kind of pointless. But I do love talking about comics. And the main reason that I started the channel was not to become a YouTuber. The main reason I started the channel was to gain an audience so that when my own comic eventually came out, I would have people who would be potentially interested in buying that comic. So before I ever started the channel, I was working on my own comic book. And I've shown very few people my comic book, but I'm going to show to you what I have today. And I suppose I'll start by, what's that sound? I suppose I'll start by showing you the script that I wrote. If my computer can load. Let's see. So I had an idea for a comic way back in college when I was a different man, when I was an environmental activist, when I wanted to fix everybody else's problems, even when they didn't ask me to fix them, you know. And I had the idea, and I was gonna try to get it done and out by 2020, but I don't know. I'm lazy. I never wrote anything down. I was pursuing perfection, and of course, perfection is just not going to happen. But because that's what I was pursuing, it didn't happen, so nothing ever happened, and I just kept putting it off for years. Eventually, while I was getting tired of music not going anywhere, I decided I would pass the time by finally writing this stupid comic. So it's called Boys Club, or at least that's the working title. I don't love it, but it's been the working title for so long, it's just going to end up being the title at this point. And what the really quick synopsis here is: the world has ended, and there are 20 people still living on Earth in their various shelters, as if creating a government from scratch, repopulating the planet, and World War III aren't enough to deal with. Someone is killing them one by one. So that's the quick pitch. I was really influenced by environmental disasters at the time. So the premise of the story was basically climate change had pushed humanity to either leave Earth or make massive changes in the way they exist, right? And there's a billion stories out there, a billion stories that have that general premise. And at the time, I wanted to include a lot of science, but now I don't think the science is important, and I don't want to get into politics, and I don't want to make anybody mad. What I really want to focus on is the social aspect of the last 20 people living on Earth and somebody killing them. I think that's where the cool story is. So that's what I want to focus on. And since then, since I had the idea, there have been a lot of TV shows and comic series that have come out that have very similar end of the world type premises. And I know that it's not like a niche concept. There's always been a billion end of the world TV shows and books and whatever. So it's not that I'm upset that there are other shows that have that general theme, but when I read like The Nice House on the Lake and it's huge and I'm talking about it on the channel and it's a bunch of people hiding in one spot at the end of the world and it's got so many similarities to this story that I've been trying to write and get done for years, I get a little grumpy, guys. I get just a little bit jealous. But that's okay because my story is my story and I'm going to tell it even if nobody reads it. So there. Let me collect my thoughts. And another important aspect of the story that came specifically from me being in college is it comes from a very cynical point of view. I was a lot more cynical then than I am now, I think. And what I did was I asked myself, realistically, in this world that we live in, if the world was going to end, who would survive? And the answer was, at the time, for me, rich white men who have a ton of money and can do whatever they want. So my story is mostly about rich white men, which, I am a white man, so it is, I think, what? Oh, it's black? Thanks, hon. That's my wonderful fiance, best girl in the world. All right, there it is. Thank you, hon. Is this the all black episode? Okay. But y'all could hear me, right? 2023, and there's the synopsis there so you can see it. So this story is about a bunch of white dudes, mostly, hiding in their bunkers at the end of the world. And the only element of science fiction that I included was teleporters because I wanted to have a way for these people to mingle, to hang out with each other. But I don't really use them that often. I don't bother explaining it because I don't want to get into the science. I just want to deal with the social stuff, like I said. So what we have is the President of the United States and the First Lady. We have the rocket scientist who built the rockets that most of humanity got on to leave the planet. But all but one of those rockets crashed when they were trying to leave. So there's barely any people that escaped the planet in one of those rockets. So we have the rocket scientist who made that. We have his brother, who is largely useless, but he's going to be the character that everybody gets to identify with when they're reading it because he's the most normal. We have basically Jeff Bezos of my universe. We have a dictator, a foreign dictator that barely ever shows up, and I haven't decided what nationality he's going to be because I want to be sensitive, but I also want to be semi-realistic, so I don't know. I haven't decided yet. He doesn't show up until like issue 5? Issue 5? So I got time. Who else? Oh, the Jeff Bezos guy brought a butler with him. There is one guy who appears to have gained a ton of his wealth from crime. He's the only guy who's not white, and I understand how cliche that is and maybe how inflammatory that is. And kind of the point of this is to be cliche and inflammatory and then explain the repercussions of being cliche and inflammatory, right? So I'm putting a lot of stuff in here that I think will make people angry. And the point is to get people angry and thinking about it. And then I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to work out the story in a way that shows the underlying good of all these characters, even though I'm gonna do my best to make you hate every single one of them. That's the goal. We also have kind of a Joel Osteen type televangelist, you know? And we have a redneck, because I mostly put him in there for fun. He's a redneck who lives in an underground bus somewhere in Ohio. He's going to be a lot of fun. And we have who I considered to be like the Bono type, like the super rich rock star. And even though Bono is a really nice dude, this guy does not take after Bono in that way. Like he's a selfish jerk, but he has way too much money and he used it to stay on the planet. How many is that? That's most of them. That's all the ones you need to really know about right now. And like I said, somebody is killing them one by one. So it's a post-apocalyptic whodunit. It's classic setup, and the only thing that's going to make it different is what I personally bring to the table perspective wise. It's a story that I'm sure has been told a million times by a million different people, but it's being told by me right now, and that's what matters. Thank you, The Flock. Just joined Kurt's Comic Club and sent a Venmo. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. So what I did was, can I scroll around on that page and also let you see it? Okay, here's what I'll do. So what I did was I wrote out a script, really a rough draft, and then I showed it to some people, and then I made some changes, and I ignored some advice, as every writer does. And then after I had written out a script that I thought was good, I looked up on Facebook a few like indie comic creator groups, and then I posted that I was looking for an artist. And I've been part of these groups for about a year now, and there are people posting about that every day. Every day, somebody is looking for an artist, and most of the time, the writers looking for an artist to draw their comic are asking for people to do it for like free. Thank you, Indie Comics Corner. I really appreciate it. I'm happy to have you here. And at the time, I had no idea how much it would cost for like a page of art. I just had no idea. So I didn't bother saying how much I was going to pay because I didn't want to lowball anybody and piss them off. And I didn't want to accidentally pay way more than I should. Right. So what I did was I posted some of my influences, some of the artists that I really like, and a general idea of what the story was going to be about. And then I had like 70 people send me messages saying they wanted to draw the comic because, artists are looking for work. They got to pay the bills. And I diligently went through all of them. A lot of them I mostly ignored, but there were like 10 or so that were pretty good. And I lowered it down to 3 artists that I thought were, cream of the crop. And I sent them 1 page from my script as like a test. And of course I paid them for it. I paid all 3 people to draw the same page just to see what it would look like. And all 3 of them were great. Like all 3 of those artists sent me great material, but 2 of them in particular showed the type of dramatic presence that I was looking for. And one of them in particular had the best expressions, I think, the expressions that showed the most complex emotions. Because that's what's really important to me, is because this comic is not going to be action based. It's not a superhero book where people are fighting. It's like a thriller. It's supposed to feel like a TV show. It's supposed to be like a binge-worthy TV show where you're invested in these characters' development more than just good triumphing over evil. So the expressions and the body language is really important to me. And if you watch my videos, then you know that expressions and body language are very important to me all the time. So one artist in particular had amazing expressions. and it was really hard to choose between him and the other guy. The other guy was Sid Tellis. So anybody out there who's been making their own comics or has gone through a similar process to me, if you've interacted with Sid Tellis, you know that he is solid. I mean, his backgrounds especially are amazing. They're like, it looks like Jose Bennett work. Is that his name? Joe Bennett. Joe Bennett work, like from Immortal Hulk. His backgrounds look like they were drawn by Joe Bennett. And his characters are also pretty solid, but I thought the expressions from the other guy were more accurate to what I was looking for. So I started working with this guy named Armin Ozdik from Bosnia, and he is such a solid artist. He really reminds me of John Cassaday. And like I said in my Rest in Peace John Cassaday video, which such a bummer that we lost such an amazing, talented artist. But like I said in that video, when I think of comics, when I imagine comics, it's in his art style 90% of the time. So to find an artist who was this close to Cassaday, especially now that Cassaday is never going to be an option again, was amazing. So I sent him the script and I kind of chatted with him about it, and he's been great to work with. And what I did, because I'm a control freak, is I drew layouts. I'm going to stop projecting my screen so this is bigger now. I drew layouts for my comic because, look, I'm a control freak. I have a very specific vision. I have a very specific idea of what angles I want things to be shown from, and whatnot. And I realize, the longer I'm doing this, the more I realize that artists really just want to be left alone. They want the vision to be shared, and then they want to do it the way that they see fit. And the more you're specific about exactly what you need, I've learned doing this project as well as other projects I've done, the more specific you are about what you need, usually the less soul is going to be put into it. Because the artist has to have their own independent vision to really realize that vision, right? So at times, I'll be very, very specific about how I want a specific panel to look, and it comes back and I'm like, well, yeah, you did the job. You did what I told you to do. There's not a lot of soul in it, but that's my own fault. Or other times I'll be like, I don't really care what this panel looks like because it's not the most important panel to me. And then that panel will be like the best one on the page or the best one out of a few pages. So the thing I've learned is to really pick your battles and let the artist do what the artist has to do. Because you just got to find somebody who has instincts that you trust and then step away and trust them to follow through on those instincts. But I didn't do that for this issue because I'm a control freak. So right here we have my layout for page 1, which I really prefer when comics start with a splash page. I had not started reviewing comics at that point, so I wasn't thinking as deeply about the way comics work when I wrote this. And if I rewrote it now, I'd make a lot of changes, but it's too late. You just got to move forward with what you have. So that was my layout for the first page. We got 6 panels, which is ridiculous for a first page. That's too many panels. And then what he sent me back, the final pencils for the first page, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 panels, but it's way better. What I really wanted in this first page was to see the desperation and just exhaustion on this dude's face. And then you can see him reaching for the handle in that second panel of those 3. And what I wanted was for his hand to be gripping that panel so tightly. Like in the Cassaday video, I showed you that panel of Captain America gripping his shield strap really tightly. That was drawn by Cassaday. And I wasn't at the moment thinking of that panel, but subconsciously that's what I was referring to, was that powerful grip that shows determination. And then he steps outside and falls to his knees. And then did I keep? Yeah, I kept my my layout for the splash page, which is the second page. Really hard to see. It's just some light pencils. It's really goofy. But it got the idea across, I think. And then what he sent me back, which we worked on this a lot, and I think I irritated him by being too picky. which I apologize for, Armin. Now I understand that I need to back off a little bit. But at the time, I was like, well, I wrote it, so I'm the editor. So if there's a problem with the art, then I need to let him know, and it's his job to fix it. So this is how it goes. But yeah, you got to give a little, you know. So this is what he sent me back. This is the final pencils for page 2. And the plastic bag hanging from the tree was something I absolutely needed to be in there. And then you can tell by the wreckage. Right around this time when we made this page, Our Bones Dust was coming out. And if you didn't read Our Bones Dust, man, it's great. It's by who's it by? Guy who drew Hellboy a lot. Not Dave Stewart. He was the colorist, right? That's gonna bug me. Our Bones Dust is amazing. And a lot of the wreckage in Our Bones Dust looked like that piece of wreckage. So I think maybe he was influenced by that. We were talking about it a lot, and he probably thought that maybe that's what I wanted to see. So that's why that's in there. Interesting tidbit. And then moving into the issue, we have this was my layout. So right there, that's Seth in the first panel. Seth is the superstar, the singer. I guess he's kind of like a Justin Bieber type. That's the one I said was like Bono, but kind of like Bieber, I guess, closer. And then in this one, we have Buzz, the redneck, wearing the trucker hat, next to Miller, who is the president, President Miller. And then down here, we have Jeremy, the main character. That's the brother of the rocket scientist, the kind of useless one, but the one we're supposed to identify with. And Gabe. Gabe is the televangelist. So that was my layout. And then this is what Armin sent me back. Looks way better, doesn't it? Man. Way better. And then that's the first lady showing up in that last panel. Bringing a drink to the president. Which... when I showed my script to some of my friends, they pointed out that women are not treated that well in this first issue, which is kind of the point. I mean, it's called Boys Club because we're addressing sexism and the patriarchy and what the long-term effects of that are, at least a little bit. So don't worry, the problematic elements that are introduced in this first issue will be resolved throughout the series. I swear I'm not just some misogynist looking for ways to say men are better than women. That's not me. And then what is this, page 4? Page 4, he stuck pretty close to my layout. My biggest influences on this series were Watchmen and Bone, which are two very different series with very different tones, but they're two of my most influential comics. So I wanted to find some balance between the two of them. And this 6-panel grid is very typical of Bone. And Watchmen had a very typical 9-panel grid, right? So a lot of my vision was in these square boxes. And sometimes, like on the previous page, he said, no, I don't want to do 2 square boxes at the bottom. I want to do 2 long ones. And we had a conversation about how, comics kind of are parallel to television. And back in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, whatever, when television was just starting out, the TVs were more square and now they're longer. So people expect to see movies and television shows in wide format, which is why he kind of gravitates towards longer panels. But on this page, he just stuck to my original layout because it's entirely a reaction page. This is where they find out that guy just died on the first 2 pages. I think that suits it. And then on the next page, we finally pull back to show the setting, and we have a discussion about what they're going to do about this guy who died. So this panel at the top there, I sent him so much reference. like reference material to put in there. And a lot of it he left to the colorist, which I understand. Like a lot of the paintings, he's just leaving to the colorist, who I have not found yet. I honestly haven't started looking because they're drying up. So I'll figure that out when I have the money for it. But in the background there, we have things like this tuba, and there's a guitar, and there's a moped, and there's a bar, and hatchet throwing, and a mini fridge, and a bunch of trash. There's a bald eagle way over there, a bald eagle with a bra hanging from his beak. And then some other general kind of gross, typical men stuff to have in a man cave. I wanted to make them look as aimless and kind of stupid as possible, like as just dumb guys being dumb guys for the rest of eternity as possible. So I put a lot of dumb stuff in there. And if I wonder how often writers have to consciously distance themselves from the way that like their parents and their grandparents think of them, how much distance they have to put between that and their story. Because when I was writing lyrics for the songs I was making in college and directly afterwards, a lot of my friends would be like, you just have to totally ignore whatever reaction your family is going to have to your music. You have to make what music is true to you, what you like. And if they don't like it, well, maybe they just don't like you. And I never went that far. I wanted to keep it PG at least, especially considering I'm going to be a teacher any day now. I want to have a body of work that's student appropriate so I can at least not be nervous if they ever find it. So I never did anything too risky in music, but I'm doing a little bit more risky stuff in the comic. And that's only because I want to present kind of a cynical viewpoint. This is a pretty cynical, dramatic comic. It's not all that wholesome, though I do have wholesome moments planned, and I'm very excited to write those wholesome moments. I'm going to care about them just as much as the rest of the issues. But there's some gross stuff, there's some problematic stuff, and that's on purpose. We're exploring that stuff. We're looking at the ramifications of those things. I'm not going to go full Garth Ennis and just be as trauma-inducing as possible because I honestly don't see much value in that. But I'm going to be a little silly, maybe a little bit risky, a little more adult than most of my other work, I guess. And then I think I redrew this page twice. I redrew my layout of this page twice as I rewrote it. So that was my first draft of the layout. That's my basement. What? First draft of the layout. And then a second draft of the layout where I wanted to have more individual reactions of people and have those happen quickly. I wanted to show that a bunch of people were reacting very quickly and get it over with. But that was a lot of information to cram into very small panels. So then I redrew it again. Still a ton of panels. I think I was trying to compress because I don't want to put more than 6 panels on a page is just too much, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I was trying to get it down to 6, I think. And the final product that he gave me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So 6 panels again, long format. I think it looks pretty good. I think you get all the information you need to get there. And then, oh man, then I had a flashback sequence. And the flashback sequence, I had this idea when I was writing the script that there would be kind of like, where is it? Kind of like in We 3. If you haven't read We 3, it's amazing. It's Grant Morrison and Frank Quitely. Something that Quitely does in this comic is he'll put just a ton a ton of panels on a page. I mean, you have grids like this, which that's a ton of panels. But then you'll also have pages where there's a billion tiny panels inlaid in splash pages, which I think is super cool. I mean, look at all those teeny tiny close-ups. Just the tiny panels up here. That's super cool. So I wanted something like that for the flashback sequence. I wanted to have bigger panels that showed like a collage, an overall collage of panels, and the bigger panels showed the really important moments, and then there were smaller panels for less important moments that were just to bring flavor to it. And what I drew as my layout was like this big S. So you follow the chronology of the end of the world with all these panels, and then those are the biggest ones, and in the middle, empty space, there's a bunch of smaller panels. That proved to be a little hectic, a little like way more work than the page was worth, like what I was paying for the page. So then a second draft I gave him to be more specific was this. That was the vision I had. Kind of intense. And I think what he said to me after we were talking about We Three and Frank Quitely's work, and I think he said to me, "I'm not Frank Quitely," which, you know, you gotta believe in yourself, man. I'm working with this guy because I think he's great. So you don't have to be Frank Quitely. He's him. He's him, and he's great. But we simplified it, and I think the reader will appreciate the simplification. And this is what we got. So this is the flashback sequence. It's very Dark Knight Returns. You know, there's a lot of reporters, which is a thing that started showing up in comics around the time of Dark Knight Returns, was having TV screens be in comic books to show exposition and narrative. So we have a lot of that's a good grid. Thanks, buddy. So let's see. We have reporters. I don't remember what the reporters are talking about here. And then we have people dealing with flooding. That's a rainforest on fire. That's probably like a global temperature going up. I think that's people working on cloning. I don't know. And that's the doomsday clock getting super close to midnight. And that's fields drying up. And this is zooplankton. I think I was saying something about how zooplankton is dying off in like unprecedented amounts. I don't know. It's like the base of the food chain in the oceans, and the oceans are like the base of life on Earth. So then we got people at a rally saying they don't believe what they're hearing, and more people on the opposite side saying they don't believe what they're hearing. And I think that was supposed to be like Bill Nye the Science Guy saying we've got a problem, or maybe he's saying people have always been alarmed. They're always going to be alarmed. People just want to panic, you know, things like that. And then we've got somebody saying the Japanese people have created an aquatic man or something. Some interview. Doomsday preppers. We got Gabe, the televangelist, making money off of it. And then the president all the way at the bottom saying everything's going to be fine because look at these fancy new rockets we're building. How do I donate? I would love to tell you. So we've got Venmo, Cashapp, PayPal, Zelle, are all ways you can donate, and I very much appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know that I should have used the same username on all of these accounts. I'm sorry. I'm incompetent. That's the answer. If you can't read it, all of that information is in the description. And then just make sure you mark it what it's for. Because I want whatever you donate to go exactly towards what you want it to go towards. And remember, the primary thing that I'm raising money for right now is for every comic shop in Georgia, not necessarily for this comic project I'm working on. Though the reason this comic is not done is because I don't have any money. So if you want to donate to this comic instead, I'm happy to accept your money. If that's what you want to donate for, great. Love it. Thank you so much. But the primary reason I'm doing the live stream is for every comic shop in Georgia. If that answers your question, awesome. If it does not, just let me know. So back to the comic I'm working on. So we've got this panel where President Miller is showing him the rockets, or the idea for the rockets. It's supposed to be this, propaganda piece. And what I was imagining was, what is it, Iron Man 2, when Tony Stark flies in and you got all the cheerleaders and there's the American flags and the fireworks and everything. That was the kind of vibe I was looking for. And then we're introduced to Al, the rocket scientist, who built the rockets. And then we have, people building the rockets and countries agreeing to work together. And of course, it's all amazing. Where is... Oh no, did I not print out the other pages? I never printed out the other pages that he sent me, but I do have my layouts. So in the layouts, we see, look, we've created an aquatic man. So even if ocean levels rise, thank you so much. Even if ocean levels rise, we're just going to adapt. And look, we also built a teleporter. We're going to be fine. Oh no, but then Japan sinks in a tsunami. That's a bummer. And then, oh no, not everybody can get on the rockets. What the heck? How are we going to survive if we can't get on the rocket? And then the rockets take off. They say, peace out. We don't have room. Sucks for you. And then we see Al sitting in his NASA, whatever. He's one of the last people on Earth. He's facilitating the flight. And what else is happening here? There's kind of a little reference to his wife and child, or ex-wife and child, that he has a picture of. They are on a rocket, and that's supposed to be implied. I don't know if it gets across. You'll have to read it for yourself and find out. And then, oh no, there's a warning sign. What's the warning sign for? It's for the giant meteor that just came hurtling around the planet and it's going to crash right into the rockets. Oh no, how come we didn't see that? It's because we were too busy to notice it. So it crashes into the rockets, and Al is like, uh-oh. And then you can see all the rockets just falling apart in space and the meteor flying away. Bummer. That didn't work. And then there's this, it's Al from behind looking at the screens, and they're covered in, thanks, Molly. All kinds of emergency messages like, oh no, our rocket is falling apart. Can anybody get to so-and-so? They're falling apart. Help me. Nobody can help. And only one rocket gets away. It's the Americans. Because we're the best. That's why. And then he's all very sad about it. Man, do I not have these pages? These pages look really good. The art that he sent me for these pages looks really good. But I guess this is all I have right now. So in this panel, it shows him freaking out because everybody just died. And then in this panel, it's a fast forward to him much later, still sitting in the same spot, being super depressed, still monitoring stuff, because he's obsessed and he feels super guilty. And then you have a whole conversation with him and Jeremy, and we talk a little bit about the guy who died, and we talk a little bit about Al's family who's on the rocket ship. And then they're still talking about it. Cat shows up. Gotta have a cat. Listen, I love cats, okay? So if I'm gonna write a comic book, there's gonna be a cat. In every comic I ever write from now until I die, I promise you, there will be a cat in at least one panel. So there's a cat in this issue, and there will be in the whole series. Oh, I was wrong. Cat shows up on the next page. Look how cute he is. He's looking at the plate, which has beef jerky and rice on it. And he tries to take the food because that's what cats do. Because cats are little devils. And then we're introduced to Seth. Seth is the pop star, right? And also Candy. Candy is one of the few women that are in this story. And she has been brought along by Donald down here as kind of an escort. It's not really defined. I don't really want to define it. It's just supposed to be implied. And Donald is obviously not happy that Candy and Seth have been seeing a lot of each other. But Candy is freaking out. Seth is being overbearing and won't ask her questions. Just tell her that he wants to know what the information is, but not giving her time to give him the information because he's a selfish person. Which is what most of these people are who survived, because to stockpile your money, and hide in a bunker while the rest of the world dies is kind of inherently selfish. Not kind of, it's just selfish. So then she gets sent home by Donald, and then Donald drags Seth with him into the kitchen, which is where President Miller and Gabe are chatting. And Donald lets them know that the guy who died at the very beginning of the issue had a wife and child. They were all kind of refugees that got taken in by Jeremy at the last minute, and he's just gonna he's gonna take that wife and child in, the widow and her daughter. He's gonna take them in where he lives, which again is not showing a lot of agency for women in the comic, but that's the point. We're supposed to hate these dudes. Remember, we're supposed to hate them. And then they argue with him, and President Miller is like, you can't have all the women, which is problematic. And then he's like, what does your wife think about that? And she shows up. And then they're having a conversation about it. They're arguing, argument, end of the world argument, whatever. It's a good argument. It is a really, I enjoy what I wrote here, but I'm just going to wait for you to have the issue to read the actual argument. I'm not going to read the whole script to you. More arguing. And then Donald gets a call from one of the dudes he brought with him saying that the dude just checked on Candy, who Donald just sent home a few pages ago, right? Dude checked on Candy. Candy's dead. And there you can see she's dead. I'm very proud of this rough draft here. I mean, look at her leg. Look at those cankles. It's great. I am an artist. I'm a professional artist. That's me. That is my personal bedroom nightstand that I drew. There are some things about this issue that I wrote that I don't love, that I don't know how to do better. And especially being someone who reviews comics made by incredibly talented people and still finds things to nitpick, I am not under the impression that my work is better than theirs, right? There are things I don't like, and I just have to get used to it because I don't know how to fix it. And what's really important to me is failing faster. So I'm writing this comic that I think is maybe not the best thing ever, but what I want to do is make enough stuff that I just learn instincts and I have enough practice that I can do better next time, right? I want to make a comic that I think right now might be a failure, but failure is success at this stage. And this is a concept that I got from the guy who wrote and drew Tonoharu. You might have seen a YouTube video about this. It's a pretty long video about his process of writing this book and drawing it because he was chasing perfection the whole time. He wanted every single line to be perfect. He didn't take any shortcuts. It's about his experience living in Japan, I think. And he made a video about how this comic took him like 13 years to make. And by the time it was done, what he really wished was that he had gotten it done faster so that he could have made something else instead of spending 13 years making one thing. Because if every project you make takes 13 years, you're only going to make what? 4 things? It's not enough things. You want to make a lot of things. So the idea of failing faster, was an essential theme in his video. And I really took that to heart because I have always been a perfectionist with all the art that I make. And really what that amounts to is me not making very much art. And that's not okay because I want to make a lot of art. So for this comic, I am trying to fail as quickly as I can so that I can learn as quickly as I can so that my next project will be even better. When I first started thinking about this comic, I built it up in my brain. I was like, it's going to be my magnum opus. It's going to be the greatest thing I've ever written, and people are going to think I'm amazing. And that is the best way to never get anything done, is to expect that it's going to be the best thing ever, because it won't be. And then every time you make something, you'll say, well, that's not the best thing ever, so I can't use that. So you would never make any progress. So instead, I'm making something that is as good as I can do now. And then by the time it's done, I will have learned, and the next thing I make will be better. And the thing after that will be even better. So that's why we are going to make a whole comic today. We are going to fail as fast as we can. We're going to make a whole comic in like as few hours as possible, just for the sake of practice, for the sake of love of the art form, for the sake of raising some money because I'm broke. We're just going to fail today. And once again, if anybody is new, this live stream is designed to raise money for the Every Comic Shop in Georgia trip that I'm doing next week. And as a matter of fact, let me show you the schedule. Hey, Ken. Hey, Ken, I've been meaning to text you. I see that you're substitute teaching, and I have some questions for you because I am also in the process of becoming a sub down here in Atlanta. We'll chat later. It's good to see you. So if I share my screen, I'll show you my route for every shop in Georgia. Okay. I know you can't see it right now. There we go. So I have already been to 4 shops, and I know I love the idea of doing all of it all at once. I think that'd be so much cooler if I could just do all of it all at once. But what I was running into was I don't know how predictable traffic is going to be. I don't know if there's going to be construction. I don't know if there's going to be people getting pulled over. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to shops when I think I'm going to get to shops. So I want to have a little bit of wiggle room in each of the days, and I'm flying my cameraman down for a certain number of days before he has to go back home to do some work because neither of us get paid time off. So we got to do this as quick as possible. So I had to cram it into a certain number of days. And so many shops down here have weird hours. So many people don't open like Sunday through Tuesday. There are some shops that aren't even open on the weekend. And it's odd. And it's hard to put them all together in an efficient way. So to create wiggle room and make this easier on us, I went to 4 shops already. I already filmed at Galactic Quest in Lawrenceville, Origin Story in McDonough, Origin Story in Decatur, and Media Mania in Stockbridge. And all 4 of these shops are great. Galactic Quest in Lawrenceville they have the highest turnout in the country for Free Comic Book Day. The highest turnout in the country. It's like thousands of people. And it's not because they're just so great at being a comic book shop, which they are great at being a comic book shop. They're amazing. But it's because the whole town has an event and it becomes like a mini convention in the town square, and it's super cool. And I'm bummed that I missed it. But the rest of their shop is amazing as well. I can't wait to show you Galactic Quest in Lawrenceville. Origin Story in McDonough and in Decatur are relatively new. The one in Decatur is like 10 minutes from my house. It's very close. I've been going there a lot lately. I like them. They have deals even though they're new, which is kind of rare. And Media Mania in Stockbridge it's everything. They have records and cassettes and video games and instruments and a room full of DVDs and VHS and tons of comics, and they still get new comics every week. It is crazy. It's a crazy shop. I can't wait to show it. So earlier I went around looking at the map. I guess I'll hold it up here because you can kind of see it. So Wednesday is the White Pegs on here. We're going to start at ABX because they open earliest, go to Top Dog, and then all the way back to Athens for Bizarro-Wuxtry. We're going to hit Lake Hartwell. I think it's Collectibles in Hartwell. And then hit Inner Nerd, which I think is a cafe as well as a comic shop. And then Galactic Quest in Buford, which I've been to before. It's pretty good. Galactic Quest shops are good. And then Kapow Comics in Cumming, which I've been to at least once. That's another good shop. Dragon's Eye in River Place. Steel Collectibles in Kennesaw, and then end at Dr. No's in Marietta. And I'm kind of trying to end each day on a high note. Like, I know that Dr. No's is great, and I want to end there. I want to spend extra time there. Because when we were doing Michigan, The first day, we drove all the way around the north side of the state, and we ended in like a beach town right by Lake Michigan, and it was so picturesque, and the shop owner was so nice. That was Rebel Sanctuary. Rebel Sanctuary in Manistee is where we finished that first day, and we just had a fantastic time. We hung out in that adorable beach town. We got some Girl Scout cookies. We got great food, and even though I had just gotten my wisdom teeth out the day before, the food was fantastic. We had a great time. So I'm trying really hard to end on positive notes at the end of each day, because we had some days where we ended on a shop that didn't count, that we had to drive way out of the way for, and that was a huge bummer. I think we ended on a couple shops that just didn't care that we were there, and that was kind of sad. Um, so I'm trying to end on shops or places that I know will be great. And Dr. Knows I know is great, so we're ending there the first day. Sequential Geek. I have been to Criminal Records in Atlanta. They, as the name suggests, they're very focused on records for people who don't know. They have a ton of records there, and their comic section is kind of small. Their new issues are relatively limited. They're really just a nerd store, and they do have new issues every week. They do have some back issues you can buy. I think they're a little bit expensive, but you'll see in the video when I get into it in more depth. Criminal Records is a really cool shop. So that's Wednesday. Now I'm going to go back to that screen to scroll, so you're not going to see anything for a second. There's Thursday. Oh, they used to have loads? I mean, your idea of loads and mine might be different. Maybe they have the same number, and I just have really high standards. I don't know. I also wasn't there very long. I went there in my first week of living in Atlanta, and I was just trying every shop that I could get to. On Thursday, that's when we're going to drive all the way out to Savannah. So that's the Blue Pegs. We're going to start at Heroes and Villains because they open early, and then backtrack a little bit to Fanboy in Macon. And then Comics and in Dublin. On our way out to the coast, hit Galactic Comics in Statesboro, and then the last 5 shops are all in Savannah. And this is outdated because Savannah Comics, like I said at the beginning of the video, told me they don't want me to come in and film. I understand. There's a hurricane. It happens. But we'll be there anyway, so I'll probably stop in just to check on it. And Savannah is a really pretty place, unless the hurricane makes it not pretty, I guess. So we want to end in a nice beach town. And then what I'm really excited about is we're going to head all the way down to the south side of Georgia, Valdosta. And on the way there from Savannah is the Okefenokee Swamp. Let me see. Ugh. So where's my finger? Whoa. So there's Augusta. And then we're going to travel all the way down this highway to Valdosta. And in the middle there is the Okefenokee Swamp. And if that sounds familiar, it's because that's where Pogo takes place. Freaking love Pogo. And I know that there is at least a water tower in Waycross, Georgia, that has Pogo on it. And we're going to try to drive past it so I can get some footage of it because I love Pogo. And we were going to try to go into the swamp to get some footage, pretending to be Pogo and whatever. But it turns out not only do you have to pay like a lot to get in there, like $30 a person, I think, to get in there, you also can't just go and hike. Like it's guided tours and guided kayaking and things like that. Oh yeah, they definitely don't have those anymore. So, if we can't just go in and goof around, then we'll probably skip it. But I want to make nature as much of this trip as possible, because when we were driving around Michigan, we got to see so much great northern nature, hills and trees and sand dunes and all kinds of awesome nature. And since moving to Georgia, I've been living in this deeply urbanized area, and it's so draining on my soul. Do you know how many trees I have climbed since I moved here like 6 months ago? One tree. I've only found one tree that's climbable, and it was like a 3 out of 10. It was not a great climbing tree. So I'm really, really excited to get into like the southern parts of Georgia where it's actually the South and it's not just city, and I can be in nature more because I'm really not a city boy. I don't like being here in Atlanta all that much. Thanks, Ken. Nice. Hey, Ken, drop your channel in the chat. Ken is, I met Ken in college. He was in the comic book club that I started in college. Are you still doing like animations? Inman Park at Little 5 Points. I'm writing it down. Inman Park 5 Points. I'm gonna look that up. Yeah, Ken was one of the best members of Comic Book Club, I think. I'm not ashamed to say that. They were a special few, and he was one of them. He was making animations, and also, are you still trying to sell that desk that's covered in comics that you plastered on it? I think he left, but he's been trying to sell this desk that he custom made that he covered in a bunch of comic stuff, and it looks super sick, honestly. Anyway, Ken's a cool guy. And I want to stop in Okefenokee Swamp, but I don't know if I'll have time. That's the point of all of that. I'm going to scroll down again for you to Friday. There it is. So Friday, we're going to start in Valdosta. The gentleman at Valdosta has been very accommodating. He said that we could probably get there early, which is going to be super convenient because my schedule that day is very tight. Like Cuts and Comics in Noonan closes at 7. And if I get to Valdosta at 10:30, I can probably get to Cuts and Comics at 6:30. But it's going to be tight and, traffic. So I don't know. But that day, oh, this is upside down. There we go. So that day we're starting way down here. We're going up there and then all the way up there and then back down to Columbus and then up to LaGrange and Noonan. And then this is where I live right here. So that's the day that we're covering the most distance. There's a lot of distance between those shops. And it's kind of in the middle of nowhere, so I'd be surprised if there's a ton of traffic, but it's also so in the middle of nowhere that if there is traffic on the highway, going around the traffic will probably take forever. So really hoping that Friday doesn't get messed up because that one's kind of tight. But everybody on the list for Friday has been very accommodating. They've all been super excited about the plan. I love all comic shop owners. I think they're admirable for running a comic shop, for doing something they love that is hard. But my favorite comic shop owners tend to be the ones way out in the wilderness where it's kind of hard to get customers. So it's hard for comic shops to survive. So they're generally the most appreciative of people promoting them and hanging out with them. But they're also some of the most dedicated because they know that it's hard and it's not going to be very lucrative. They're just doing it because they love it. So generally the people away from cities are the owners that I enjoy being around more. So I'm really excited to meet some of them. That's Friday. Saturday, just going to go black again. Just wait. Saturday is also going to be tight because I just recently checked my email and saw that there was a shop that does qualify that I didn't realize qualified. So I had to cram them into my schedule. And I really, really want to stop at Buc-ee's on Saturday. If you've never been to a Buc-ee's, you haven't experienced America properly. I said it. I meant it. Buc-ee's is amazing. It's a gas station that's amazing. And I know that sounds crazy, but look, I've only been there like twice, and that's all it took. I love Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's is the greatest. So we want to stop there. There's one in Calhoun, and it's between Why So Serious in Lafayette and Visions Games in Rockmart. So we're going to try really hard to stop there, get some brisket, get some sweet tea, get some roasted pecans. Oh, they got the best snacks. They got their own jerky. It's great. So Saturday we're starting way the heck up there. These are the clear pins, which I know are going to be hard to see. We're starting way the heck up here in Dalton, and then coming down, what is that, 85? 75? Yeah. Coming down 75, hitting Visions, going over to Smyrna and Kennesaw, and then down to Dave's Comics in Fayetteville, which I've been to a few times. That's one of them older, jam-packed shops. I love Dave's Comics. And then down to Buddy's way down there in, Bungie's Comics in Griffin. And then back up to Decatur. Depending on time, we might skip Book Nook that night. Yeah, you're right, Critical Monkey. It is an experience, not a gas station. We might skip Book Nook that night because they're so close to where I live. I do want to end at my parents' basement, though, because if you haven't heard of my parents' basement, they're kind of like an international phenomenon. They're a bar mixed with a pinball arcade mixed with a comic store. So they serve food and they serve drinks, and you can just go and hang out and have pinball tournaments and also buy comics. And it's supposed to feel like you're in your parents' basement when you're a kid. And guys, listen, I tried so hard to get hired there. I was in there like 3 times a week for a month when I first moved here. I was like, I'll work for comics. I don't care. I'll work 1 day a week. You want me to start out as a server and then transition over to comics? I don't care. I'll do it. But no luck. But they're pretty cool. They're a pretty cool shop, and I'm excited to end there for that day. And then I'll scroll down to Sunday. Sunday is going to be pretty light, actually. Sunday is just stuff in the Atlanta area. We go up to Marietta for a couple and then come back down. And we're going to end Infinite Realities in Tucker, which is my local shop. I go there every week. I use Managed Comics through them. They're super great. They have a sign on their wall that says the greatest comic shop in Atlanta, I think. We're the best comic shop in Atlanta. Something like that. I'm paraphrasing. And, whenever anybody says that, something that general and strong, I'm very skeptical. Very skeptical. But having been to all of the comic shops, all but a couple, having been to most of the comic shops in the Atlanta area, I'm starting to believe it. Starting to believe them. So I'm excited to end there. They're my shop. I want to highlight them as much as I can. And that's the trip. So including the 4 that I already went to, that's 48 comic shops in Georgia. There were at least 60 in Michigan. I think a total of, I went to like 70, but a bunch of them didn't count. So we have fewer in Georgia, and we're also much closer to home. It's a lot easier to get home quickly in Georgia than it was in Michigan. So it's probably going to be the cheapest state that I do. If I do like Tennessee after this, I won't be able to just drive home when I'm done. So it's going to cost more. But once again, that's why we're raising funds for gas, for feeding Adri. Managed Comics has helped out quite a bit. They're sponsoring the trip. It's a sponsorship that I'm happy to have because I think they're doing great stuff. But a very important difference is he's sponsoring us no matter what the money goes towards, really, because his heart is in promoting comic shops as well. Like, he really wants to just help out comic shops. And, the money I'm asking for here is specifically for gas and feeding the cameraman. So if y'all donate that, and then I still get money from Managed Comics, and that money probably goes towards making me not miserable on the trip, like paying for the McDonald's that I'm going to eat probably 5 times, or a hotel so I don't have to sleep in my car, things like that. So it is fully funded already, but you will make me much more comfortable if you also donate, is the point. And I would really appreciate it. And if you liked the every shop in Michigan video, consider helping me make one about Georgia. If you love your shops in Georgia and you want to support them, but you can't get there, we'll do that. Donate money and I'll put it towards those shops. Or if you just have so much money and you don't know what to do with it, I'm a young, excited dude doing something he's passionate about. Why not? There's also hurricane relief. You could put your money towards that. That's probably more morally sound. But, it's your money. Do what you want. Okay. So now that we've gone over the trip again, I think what I'd like to do is make a comic with you guys. So let me clear off my workspace here. And also get a drink, man. My voice is tired. Get out of here. You get out of here. Okay. Put these away. While I'm preparing, throw in the chat what you guys have been reading. What do you like? What do you like that's been coming out lately? Or what have you been revisiting that's excellent? I just read today these 2 issues of Silver Surfer, the classic Mobius Silver Surfer. And man, this is great. This is amazing. I just bought issue 1 at Galactic Quest when I was there filming. This is Mobius. Mobius is a French artist who did a lot of heavy metal stuff, which I haven't collected yet, but I've heard a lot about. And it says that it's written by Stan Lee, but I don't think it was, because it seems like it's being translated. Like every dialogue is so direct and what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, my ADD is kicking in. It doesn't have any like dialect to it. It doesn't have any like elements of slang. It's very much just direct language, and it feels like it was translated from French. You know how when you read anything that was translated, it's like, why is everybody speaking so formally? Why is it so dry? But I think that in this case, I think that in the case of this series, the dry dialogue really fits, because we're dealing with some huge issues in this. There's a lot of philosophy, a lot of talk about morality and the human experience, and of course life and death, because it's Galactus. What's right and wrong. And I think having the very almost stale language helped drive it home, helped make it timeless. Like if we wanted to present the human experience and the ideals that humanity strives for to an alien race, I feel like this series would be a good encapsulation of the way we value life. And it doesn't have any frills to it because, maybe because it was translated, or maybe because it was written to not have frills. But I feel like because it is very dry, it makes it more powerful and more profound and a better representation of the way humanity looks at life. So anyway, that's my tangent. Power Fantasy issue 2 is so much better than issue 1. Really? That's good to know, because issue 1 I thought was just okay. So if you're saying issue 2 was better, issue 2. I haven't read it yet. Kieran Gillen, amazing. I mean, I love the coloring work. The art is really great, and I love Kieran Gillen, so I absolutely believe that it gets better in issue 2. Sick. Well, I can't wait. Lately, I've been kind of focusing on just reading all the comics that I haven't had time to read since working on the channel, because, you know, you buy like 8 or 9 comics a week at least for your pull, and then I choose to talk about maybe one of them, and that's like 2 days devoted to one comic because I gotta think about it, and then I gotta film it, and then I gotta edit it. And if I'm really ambitious, then I can do like 3 of those in a week before I get burned out if I'm not working on any other project. So then I read 3 comics in a week, and that's just not enough. It's not enough. Okay. So here's what I want to do for making a comic together. I don't have anything prepared. I don't know anything about what kind of plot I want to do, what kind of genre I want to do, what kind of characters. All I know is I want it to be done by the time the live stream is over. So how I want to start this is by asking y'all, what should this comic be about? Or maybe more specifically, what genre should we write? I'll give you a second to type. Shout out to my sponsor, Taco Bell. They give me $6 million a year to do these videos. I'm going to have diabetes in 6 months. What genre should our comic be? I think it's going to end up being funny no matter what we do, because I don't want to write a really dramatic, serious issue while I'm on a live stream. But, you know, we could cross comedy with any other genre. We could even cross it with horror. Have you guys seen Cabin in the Woods? Great comedy horror movie. All right, Underdog / Lost in Space crossover. Wait. Are you talking about the franchises? Featuring Return of Supercat. Yeah, Planetary is amazing. We could do something sci-fi maybe. The thing about Planetary is that's every genre. That's Western and sci-fi and mystery. Film noir style crime saga. I've never done anything film noir. Can I learn how to shade fast enough to do a film noir? That's a good suggestion. Would anybody who does not know me personally like to make a suggestion? Not to discount your suggestions. If that is what we have, then that is what we'll do. You know how I really appreciate is the fans who have been around since like, yeah, thanks, Dad. The fans who've been around since like the first few videos, there were a few people who were very engaged very fast. And one of them showed up so far. Erwingu? Where'd you go? You still there? You got me playing in the background while you do dishes or something? Where'd he go? I saw his comment forever ago. He's been around forever. I guess I've only been doing this for a year, but if you stick with a YouTuber for a year, that's pretty good considering the attention span that I have for anything on the internet. He said, "Hey man, what's up?" I guess there's also a good chance that a lot of people watching are not watching this exact second, and they're watching like an earlier part of it, because I've been going for 2 hours now. Okay, I think I want to move forward. We're gonna do crime. We're gonna do a crime story, and I will do my best to make it noir, because I am not Jim Steranko. The intricacies of shadow are lost on me. Okay, let me write that down. Crime. Okay, time period. Are we gonna stick to like the 30s? Are we gonna do it present day? Are we gonna... If that's a reference to Underdog, I have not read or watched enough Underdog to understand it. We could do in the future, maybe like a futuristic crime story. That's going to involve drawing a lot of props that I'll have to make up. 1920s. 1920s. What kind of cars were in the 20s? It's after Model T, Model A, right? But it's not quite the big swoopy stuff. I guess I could look it up. I have a computer right in front of me. I have a phone. Let's see. What did people look like in the 1920s? What did they dress like? 1920s cars. Why not? Yeah, 1920s. That was a boom period, right? There was a lot of money because it was post World War I, but we hadn't quite hit the Depression yet. It's Gatsby. That's Gatsby time, right? Oh, I guess they were still driving like Model Ts and stuff. Westerns are cool. Okay, so we're looking at like maybe something similar to what the Red Skull was driving in Captain America: The First Avenger. You know what we should have the main character drive? One of these. You see that? Oh, my ring light is in the way. One of them cars that you never ever see that's so ridiculously, what's the word I'm looking for? Ah! He did? Why? I think that was an accident. I'm gonna have to send him that money back. Let's see. Okay, 1920s. Who's our main character? Is it doesn't have to be a dude, but keep in mind, I am a dude, and I am much more informed on how to write a dude than a lady. But if that is what y'all want, then I will do my best. Bob from Milwaukee. Done. Bob from Milwaukee. How do you spell Milwaukee? Gonna need to write a comic using the word Milwaukee. Let's see. What's the plot? What does Bob need to do? Yeah, he just requested a refund. I will send you it back. Refund. What does Bob need to do? What is the crime? Where all the local pets have gone? Yeah, that works. Where are the pets? Okay. Okay. So what did happen to the pets? It's we only have 22 pages. We're gonna stick to standard format. So within the course of 22 pages, so is Bob a detective then? Bob has to figure out where the pets are, and we're following his perspective, or are we looking at it from the perspective of the person who stole the pets, and they're trying to foil Bob? Is Bob the one trying to get the pets back, or is Bob a unwilling accomplice to whoever stole the pets? No, you said solve the case. Okay, so Bob is trying to solve the case. So I think to make it fun, we're gonna do a reverse mystery. We're gonna have the villain tell the story, and this Bob guy keeps showing up. Trying to get the pets back, and this dude is like, just let me take the ferrets, you jerk. Okay. Who's the villain? Who stole them? Who stole the pets in the 1920s and why did he steal them? Let's see, 1920s, what were people doing? Partying. This is before the Dust Bowl, right? Dust Bowl was 30s. So why did people commit crimes in the 20s? We're going to do it in America because that's what I know. Yeah, sure. 1920s, we were getting into like creature movies, right? Booming economy, growing middle class, consumer culture, women's suffrage, prohibition. When was prohibition? Consumer culture. I think that plot could be kind of boring. New technologies. Just a man that truly loves animals. Okay. So he stole them. Is this gonna be heartwarming? Are we gonna write a heartwarming story? Feels that he is rescuing them. Okay. I like where this is going. So maybe, maybe considering consumer culture was such a thing, maybe we can have like 101 Dalmatians type thing going on where everybody in the upper class all of a sudden decides that one specific breed of dog or cat or whatever is in fashion, so they all get one, and then they're treating them terribly because they don't know how to take care of a pet. They just have a pet because it's fashionable. So then this guy steals all of them, and he's maybe taking them maybe he's taking them to an island where they're going to live happily ever after. And Bob is commissioned by the government to go get him back. And then as Bob gets closer, he finds out that he's not on the right side of things. So then maybe he helps save the animals. Should Bob come around at the end? Or we could have a scene at the very end that's very dramatic as the two of them like on a cliffside dueling with some pet themed weapons. And then Bob perishes for a lost cause. Prohibition. Oh, I didn't realize prohibition was 13 years. But we're kid friendly. No alcohol in this comic. No alcohol in the 20s either. Okay. Bob from Milwaukee is the detective. Who is the guy who stole? Who is the person who stole the pets? And what are the pets? Maybe iguanas. Maybe foxes. Oh, what if the fashionable pet is like albino foxes? There's no way people would have that many albino foxes. We're talking about like 50 foxes here. Kevin the veterinarian. You guys are suggesting like the the least interesting names ever. But that's okay. Kevin the vet. The veterinarian. What kind of weapon would a veterinarian have? Okay. Kevin the veterinarian stole them. Stole them. What do you think? Albino foxes or maybe just like steals pets from rich? Yeah. That was the idea that I had, Dad. Yeah. Love you. What are the pets? I mean, probably we could just do dogs, but dogs seems like the obvious choice. I mean, you think about Art Deco. Art Deco was a big thing in the 20s, right? There were a lot of like Great Danes to do with Art Deco, or am I just making up that connection? Oh, various pets. Okay. Pets of different species, but they have to have something in common that makes them fashionable, right? So maybe just they're all albino animals. I mean, that's a genetic. They're all edible. Anything is edible if you try hard enough. What's endangered? Well, see, now that's a good idea. They're all specifically, they're not only endangered, but they're also the albino endangered animals. Double special. I like it. Endangered albino animals. Okay, now we need to look up animals that were endangered in the 20s. Research is an important part of writing a story. Endangered animals, 1920s. There's got to be a website for this exact thing, right? Sea otters, wolverines. Whew. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to worry about being super factual, but we've got sea otter, wolverines. Somebody's going to have a pet wolverine. It's going to be like declawed and muzzled, which is going to be sad, but somebody's going to have one. California grizzly bears. Whoa. The last California grizzly bear was shot in 1922, and almost every grizzly bear in the state had been killed by then. Bummer. What else? I guess somebody could have like a Tasmanian devil. No, those suck. Maybe a Tasmanian wolf. Sure, why not? Somebody's got a baby panda. Were those endangered? It's going to be fun to draw. I don't care. Penguin. Yeah. Parakeet, suppose. Maybe if I just look up extinct animals. What animals? Oh, that's not. Oh, what is this? Extinct species for New Hampshire. Get out of here. Somebody's got like some kind of sea slug in a tiny aquarium they carry around all the time. That went, a dodo? No, those went extinct way too long ago. Woolly mammoth. Yeah, that'll work. All of these animals. A tortoise. Ooh, giant tortoise. How about a manatee? Saber-toothed cat. Yeah, that'll work. Rhino. I don't know how plausible rhino is, Joe. What else? There's we can just draw some other random things in there like fox. Maybe somebody does have a rhino. Albino rhino. Bald eagle. What if the albino bald eagle is just reversed colors? So like his head, it looks like he's wearing a ski mask, and the rest of him is bright white, like a ghost with a ski mask and wings. Seagull, birds. There's got to be birds. Okay. Okay, we have some animals. Okay, so I have found in my experience that the natural pacing of a comic book allows for like 4 or 5 scenes. But that's if you want to have it be like naturally paced. So if we want to be goofy and not care too much about the readability of it, we can cram more scenes in there, but with the goal of no more than 10 scenes in this comic, what happens? We have to, are we gonna give, we should probably jump into the action, right? So maybe, okay. Maybe scene 1. it's film noir. Okay. So we can have the cliche bombshell lady bursting into the private eye office of Bob from Milwaukee saying, "Oh, my albino penguin is gone missing, and my friend's albino Tasmanian wolf has gone missing too." That could be fun. And then it's, you guys read Calvin and Hobbes when he does the, like, what does he call himself when he's doing the whole Dick Tracy routine? I forget. Okay. Recruiting Bob is scene 1. Or Tracer Bullet. Yeah. Should it be? Yeah, I've made a decision. We're moving forward. We got to fail faster. Scene 2. Ooh, what if scene 1 ended? This is from the perspective of Kevin. So we could switch the what's it called? The lens. We could switch the perspective from Bob to Kevin after that scene. Yeah. Okay, that's making sense. And then Kevin do you think Kevin should know from the beginning that Bob is on his trail? Or do you think we should wait until Bob actually, we can just switch. We can just switch to Kevin. Switch to Kevin having a hard time hiding all these freaking animals in his tiny apartment. That'll work. That's funny. Very Dr. Dolittle. I've never seen the movie. I don't know if that's accurate. Bounce. Yeah, okay, it'll bounce back and forth. So the first scene, we're recruiting Bob. The lady is in hysterics. Scene 2, Kevin is hiding the animals. And then we could bounce back to Bob. Yeah, that's a good idea. We bounce back and forth as they get closer and closer to each other. And then we have it all come to a head when there's a duel. Yeah, this is fun. Okay, so Bob is on the case in scene 3. That's all. That's as specific as we need to be right now. Scene 4. Kevin has figured out where he's going to take him. Bob knocks on Kevin's door, and then they have a climactic fight. I think that the climactic fight would be, I think we should give it a unique setting, not just in like an apartment or something, but like either on a cliffside or no, not in an abandoned circus. That's cliche, and why would he take them there anyway? Where maybe like where might there be? Okay. So we can do whatever we want. What if there was recently a giant earthquake, or there's been like tons of tectonic plate activity somewhere nearby or somewhere not nearby, whatever, and it like there happened to be this giant earthquake directly underneath a petting zoo or something, or a full-fledged zoo, and now Kevin thinks the best place to take him is there because nobody's going to bother to look for him there because everybody's afraid of the tectonic activity. Though maybe that's animal endangerment because maybe he's also afraid of it. An ark, you say? Like a floating ark? Like a boat? Or like his idea of an ark? How can we make it dramatic and cool? Like Noah's Ark. Okay, so like a boat. Okay. Did he build? How did a veterinarian in the 1920s build an ark in the ocean? It's his ark? Explain yourself. Bob's on the case. Takes him on a dinghy. Oh, or maybe he didn't buy it. Maybe he's stealing it. Maybe not only is he stealing the pets from the rich, but he's stealing this yacht from a rich guy and turning it into an ark. Maybe he's been planning this for a long time and he did just make it himself. Maybe it is his. So he's a pirate. Pirate Kevin. I like the idea of Kevin being a pirate and stealing this yacht or whatever it is. What did yachts look like in the 1920s? 1920s yacht. I mean, we should make this boat look like that car. Like we should give it those big, giant swoops that don't make any freaking sense. They're just cool looking. A giant boat that looks like a pointless car. Okay. Kevin steals a yacht for an ark. Okay. Scene 5. Is this, are we gonna keep it short? Like, should scene 5 be when they clash, or should we go back and forth again? I feel like, yeah, 5 scenes is enough. Showdown, scene 5. So if we're making it 22 pages, each scene can be like 4-ish pages. That gives us a lot of time. 12 issue miniseries. Let me see. Let me just see if really quick, let me check on donations. Whoa. Also review Helen of Windhorn. I think I did. And they're great. Nice. Okay. Okay, we got 20, 40, 50 ish. Okay. Okay. Cool. Hold on. Where's my marker? There it is. Where's call this? Fill her up. That was Venmo. What is this? There's another 20. Really appreciate everybody who sent money. Thank you so much, guys. I'll get back to the comic in a second, I swear. We's getting there. Fam. Okay. Who do we have watching? 12 people. I wonder if it's the same. Are y'all the same people? How many of y'all are lurking and just not saying anything? How many of y'all are like reading books while you have me in the background? Thank you for bringing me into your home. Okay. 5 scenes. Now, how should I do this? I don't want to, I can't type on another Screen. You're not lurking, Joe. You're like the most active participant in the chat. Okay. Now we got to work on the script. The script is the trickiest part. Art is nothing, but the script is hard. We have like 4 pages or so to introduce Bob and the damsel in distress, who represents all the rich people. Should we have a flashback scene to show people realizing their animals are gone? Maybe. We are the rich people that pets get stolen from. Okay. Page 1. This is the part where I'm probably going to talk the least. And I don't want you to think, I mean, you're probably going to get a little bit bored, but it's because I'm thinking, because you got to think a little bit, you know? To fail, you have to think. And I think in my head, not outside my head. So let's see. Page 1. We're going to... How do we start? Should we start with something super dramatic, like the Calvin and Hobbes strips would? Smells. Smelly smell. Should we have a splash page? I feel like splash pages are more appropriate when you have an actual artist who is capable of filling up a splash page with interesting things to look at. So maybe text panel, inner monologue. Text panel, inner monologue. What does that mean? What is Bob inner monologuing about before the dame shows up? Black screen. You know who would be really helpful right now is Tom Pescatore, the writer that I interviewed about Junction Jones, because he had a very, very similar... Oh, he could be filling us in on the case. So so he's already got the case. Yeah, that works. What's a stupid pun about pets that we could use? The urban jungle, concrete jungle. What does Bob think about himself? What kind of a person is Bob? Take this doggy out for his walk. Something about raining cats and dogs, because it's always raining and dreary in thrillers, in noir, right? Is that one too cliche? Doesn't matter. Okay, monologue. Bob is inner monologuing. Another night in the urban jungle, in the concrete jungle. Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know you were a published writer. What'd you publish? One. 2. I know that the longer I'm silent, the more of you will leave me. How about, I'd say it was raining cats and dogs. Nice. I'd say it was raining cats and dogs, but it was worse. I'd say it was raining cats and dogs, but that'd be an understatement. And that's another black panel. And then maybe the third panel is kind of like a half page panel. And we see him walking down a street in the city as it pours, and he says, "It was raining albino wolverines." That's page 1. And then page 2, panel 1, we can have, what's that thing that artists do when they, like you have a panel that's kind of long. I'm gonna draw it for you, and you have kind of like their head there. And it's kind of a silhouette. And then over here we have like, my picture gone. I stole it. It's like he's remembering. So you can see his silhouette that's kind of blacked out, and then inside his headspace is like the memories that he had. Maybe I'll do something like that for panel 1 on page 2. Yeah, that works. That works for panel 3. Newspaper. Okay, so page 2. Or actually, it wasn't. And that was the problem. So he's just constantly contradicting himself. Just a terrible parody of Dick Tracy. Any day that is not raining albino wolverines is a bad day. Panel 2. I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to change the angle of my camera so y'all can see what I'm doing instead of looking at me. Once again, everything on that sign back there is in the description. I really appreciate every donation, even if it's just like $5. If you buy a tank of gas, that's amazing. Gas is going down right now. $5 might even buy 2 tanks by the time I go out there. I don't know. So, anything helps. Really appreciate it. There's a sign. Check the description if you can't see the sign. Okay. Whoa! Where am I taking you? Don't look at my drawer. That's my phone. That's my cracked iPhone 8. You see that? Not really. Ugh, that does not help. Okay. So, page 2. Or actually, it wasn't, and that was the problem. Panel 2. There's a flashback. Oops. We see it's freaking what's her name? How about Daisy Duquette? Duckett? Because Duquette sounds like Duckett, and I'm pretty sure Duckett means knife, right? At least that's what I learned doing Shakespeare, I guess. So Daisy, like Daisy from the Great Gatsby, Duckett, Daisy Duckett. She's got a knife. She's scary. Doesn't matter. Okay, Daisy Duckett bursting into Kevin's office. All the albino Wolverines. In this town. All the albino Wolverines in this town. All the albino animals, as a matter of fact. All the albino anythings. Yeah, that's confusing. All the albino animals, actually, had dried up. The matter had been brought to my attention. Maybe, you know how they always make it? What's going on? Hey, Dave. What's this all about? Okay, to catch people up, what we're doing is we're making a comic book. We're going to do it all today. So right now, what we've got is an outline. We're doing a crime noir story set in the 1920s. It follows Bob from Milwaukee, who's a private detective, and Kevin, the veterinarian. And what Bob is trying to figure out is who stole these animals, these like special endangered animals from the super rich people in the city. And what Kevin is trying to do is save the super endangered albino animals from these super rich people who have no idea how to take care of pets. They just want the animals because they're fashionable. And I got a list of animals that are maybe included. We have 5 scenes. It's going to be a one shot. The first scene is where we learn what Bob is up to, what he wants, and how he got recruited. The second scene is Kevin trying to deal with all these animals that he just recently stole. The third scene is Bob being a detective, looking for clues and stuff. The fourth scene is Kevin stealing a yacht so that he can turn it into an ark and put all the animals on it because they won't fit in his apartment anymore. And then the fifth scene is the showdown. It's the fight to maybe the death. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. So what we're working on now is the script. And when I'm done with this, we're going to draw it, at least a rough drawing. We're going to probably color it too. And I will probably auction it off depending on if anybody's still here. If nobody's here, I guess I'll just keep it to myself. It'd be cool in the panel after the newspaper. It's in a different location. Kevin picks it up and is happy about it. Then his panels of black with his introductions to the story. You know what I think we could do? You're welcome, Dave. You know what I think we could do is I'd really like to stick to a few pages per scene because that gives us enough time to draw out the drama a little bit more and have funny dialogue. We can have the newspaper show up in a few points. So the newspaper can still be the link between Bob and Kevin. So maybe the newspaper shows up again at the end of the Bob scene, and it transitions us over to the beginning of the first Kevin scene. Let's see. Had been, I want to make it sarcastic. The matter had been, what's the word? Like delicately, the matter had been casually. Is that trying too hard? I don't care. The matter had been casually brought to my attention by what if we can have him say, should I have him say that she's totally reasonable and then she shows up and she's clearly losing her mind, or should I say that she's losing her mind and then she's clearly very reasonable? I think it's probably going to be funnier if I say that, if I have him sarcastically saying that she's totally reasonable and then she's just like not. Okay. The matter had been casually brought to my attention by the picture of poise. Daisy Duckett. Daisy Duquette. I mean. And then she comes in and she says, what is she's screaming? She says, "My baby! You have to find my baby." My poor baby. My poor baby. Oops, I wrote poop. And then maybe the third panel is him at his desk and she's like throwing a chair across the room. Freaking out. Oops. She gracefully took a seat. And what's a way to say filled me in like in a classic 1920s way? There's got to be ways to say that. Like she served the hash or whatever. She like let's see. Okay, she's throwing a chair. Give me the skinny. Yeah. Gracefully took a seat and gave me the skinny. Gave me the skinny. Doesn't sound as good as give me the skinny. He could be saying, nah, he's not going to have a chance to say anything. She's hysterical. What's like... whatever. I'll move on. Doesn't matter. Some foul villain has pilfered my Pookie. What's the word? Poached him. Out from under my what's like a word for like my protection, my all, like my can't even think of the synonym. Poached him out from under my protection. That's enough for one panel, I think. Defense? No, protection. I want another word that starts with a P, just for a sickening amount of alliteration. From under my blank protection, under poached him out from under my not pragmatic, but my something protection. I don't know, freaking can't think of words. Maybe a close-up. Close-up on Bob. Potent protection. Maybe. Persistent. Getting closer. Proactive. Prolific. Maybe prolific. Yeah, I want it to seem like she thinks she's amazing. So prolific is getting closer. But still doesn't. Oh, whatever. Close up on Bob. He's like, what? Maybe he says, "Come again, toots." And then his little sidebar says, I requested further details of the situation. Penultimate. Did I already say the situation? No. And then, how many panels do we want on the page here? Let's see. That page is going to look something like just a really quick thumbnail. Maybe that first panel will be long, and we got his head here, and then maybe a newspaper there. And then the second one is going to be kind of big. Maybe that's her busting through the door. There she is. And then we can have a couple small ones, I think. Prodigious. I like prodigious. Yeah. Prodigious protection. And she's throwing a chair in this one. And then he's like, what? In that one. Okay. Maybe that's that one. And then we'll just put a little thumbnail up here for page 1. We're going to have that giant panel be right here. There he is, walking around in a city street. It's raining. And then we'll maybe have a couple like words. And he's walking. Okay. Yeah. 4 panels on page 2. Page 3. You see that? Whoa, whoa. The microphone is in the way. There's my little thumbnail for page 1. You got 2 panels of text, and then we see him walking down the street. And then my thumbnail for page 2, we've got, like I was talking about, his little silhouette, and then a little, man, that's terrible. I'm sorry. There we go. And then we see a newspaper in kind of the flashback, and then she busts in the door as part of the flashback sequence and chucks a chair, and then he's confused. Page 3. Then we can have kind of another, an even farther flashback where she's describing all of her friends. What's his name? Who named the Wolverine? It was like Terrence, right? Somebody named him Terrence. I like that. I'm gonna call him Terrence. So on page 3, she'll say, she'll say, somebody stole my beloved Terrence. He was the belle of the ball. He was my ticket into such and such fancy club or something. Somebody think of a name of some fancy club that you could get into in the 1920s. Okay, panel 1. Flashback again. I can't wait to draw Terrence the Wolverine just so angry all the time. My drink. Need a drink. Is it the pigeon? Oh man, that would be so funny. That would be so funny if everybody who, oh, you're saying the pigeon is the name of the club. That makes sense. What I thought you meant was her pet was a pigeon, not a Wolverine. And then that would be really funny if that would be really funny if the people who have these animals, they speak in such thick alliteration. Like if you have a pigeon, you just use a ton of words that start with P, but she also never says the word pigeon. You just dance around it. Maybe we won't have enough time to actually fulfill that joke though. We'll call the club the albino pigeon. That might work. I think you can do better, Joe. I think you can think of something even better. And if you don't, we'll use that. Let's see. Flashback. She's like, Daisy is walking Terrence around this like happy garden or whatever, and Terrence is just pissed. The lucky duck. That's better. I like that. Walking Terrence around happily. And then she says, progenerate. What does progenerate mean? Do y'all just get my passcode? Better not. What does progenerate mean? That's regenerate. I don't want that. To beget. Okay, that does not mean what I thought it meant. This is why learning is good, folks. Okay. Lucky Duck Casino. I like that even better. Pilfer my poogie, push my. My precious pet. My precious pet, albino Wolverine. And then choke. I love it when they have people choke in old comics. Oh, Petunia. What if what? What if the Wolverine's name is Terrence, but with a silent T, like pterodactyl? So it's still Terrence, but it still starts with P. So it's still alliteration. I'm a genius. My precious pet albino Wolverine Terrence with a P. Choke. He was my pride and joy. Two peas in a pod we were. Panel 2. And then she can say, more importantly, he was my Daisy and Paterrence at, what's he called? The Lucky Duck. More importantly, is there a synonym for ticket that starts with a P? I need a thesaurus. Personal passport. Yeah. Coming through with the P words. The I don't know. Words that start with P that make it sound really nice and fancy. To the plucky. Plush. Yeah. I'm thinking like I don't know what I'm thinking. It doesn't matter. We should fail faster. Prestigious. Thank you. Here's my personal passport to the. I'm just gonna. Phenomenal. That's funny. But would she have said it in the 20s? It doesn't matter. To the. I'm gonna go with phenomenal. Whatever. Don't overthink it. Phenomenal new social club. The Lucky Duck. Panel 3. Okay. I was a princess among peasants. That's true. I was a princess among peasants with my perfect pet Terrence. Thanks to my. I already said precious pet. It doesn't matter. Thanks to my my perfect Terrence. I'll just say perfect Terrence. Perfect but Terrence. What are we on, page 3? Until thinking is hard, gang. Until it all fell apart. Anybody know any good synonyms for fell apart? Let's start with P. Panel 4. Until it all perished. Until it's no, I don't want to use perished. Porcupine? That's a good point. Yeah, we'll use porcupine. I was a princess among peasants, thanks to my perfect parents, until it all fell apart. Maybe, okay. Panel 4 plummeted. Panel 4. We're looking at like cages, open cages, shocked rich people. What's something weird, like some weird group activity that a ton of rich people can do in another room while their pets are put in cages? Like what's some like while we were playing mahjong in the yard or something ridiculous, something stupid. Polo. During a rousing bout of poker polo. That sounds like something rich people would do. Yeah. Parcheesi. One night while we were what's that word? It starts with P, like while we were predisposed? Is it predisposed or yeah, I think predisposed works. With poker polo on the grounds, maybe? One night while we were predisposed with poker polo on the grounds, our what's another word for stolen that starts with a P that is not pilfered? Pinched. Our pets were pinched. Perfect. Okay, page 3. That's if we draw just a little thumbnail for that one. I'm really digging the four panel thing. Let's see. We could just do classic four little rectangles. Just like that. Just something really simple. That'd be easy. Page 4. This is the last page of Flashback. The last page of Bob. Last page of Bob. So what's Bob's price? A can of tuna. Pay my rent, maybe. That's what I would charge. Let's see. How do I want to start page 4? What stupid thing could she be doing in the room that shows that she's just insane? Maybe blowing her nose with his sleeve. Yeah, okay. Maybe she's holding up his leg and blowing it on his pant leg. I hope I'll be able to draw that in a way that people understand what it is. Let's see. And the police are what's a word for useless that starts with P? And then, this is what like Rhyme Zone is for. I used to have a thesaurus app on my phone. Useless synonyms for when you're just hell-bent on using alliteration. Police are pointless? I don't know. It's not exactly what I want. Practically pointless. I could say practically pointless. I'll just say practically pointless these days, so it alludes to some bigger thing that I don't need to explain. Sob. Got to throw in a good sob. You're our only hope, Bob. Okay, panel 2. We could have like one of those like anime looking panels where it's like it's him in the foreground, and he's being all dramatic, like, oh, I'll consider it, but there's a price, and then she's in the background doing like some goofy expression, like anything, yes, whatever your price is, I don't care. What's a good phrase? Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. Don't pickle your pride, lady. Don't. I don't want to get close to a weird, gross phrase. Cease your prattling. If he's suddenly Galactus. Don't poop your pants. Yeah. Don't poop your pants, man. Sound advice, even if she wasn't freaking out in the first place. In general, you should try not to poop your pants. But there's a price. And she says, yes, of course. Anything. Do you take food stamps? Not actually. Let's see. What's a good way for her to ask this question? Yes, of course. Anything. What payment do you require? There we go. Yeah. Panel 3. Maybe just way too zoomed in on just his mouth. And he says nonchalantly, rent is $250. That'll do. That'll do just fine. That'll do nicely. Is that weird? I'm saying his rent. Like, his rent is $250. That's what he wants. He wants to pay his rent. Is that clear, or is that weird? Or is he like implying that he wants her to pay rent for herself? Because I don't want to imply that. I'll just say my rent. It's $250. See, revisions. Revisions are important. And then Daisy pushes him out his own door. Great, get to work. That'll do. That's fine. And then his inner monologue could be I decided to start right away. And then panel 5, I think we'll have 5 panels on this page. We have him on the street again. We're not we're back in real time now. It's no longer the flashback. We have him dramatically looking around the streets, and we can see a newspaper maybe in the background. And that's going to be the transition. And he says, oh, he's going to say something stupid about apex predators, I think. You say, he plunged in pronto. I think I'm gonna stop with the alliteration whenever she's not around. She's gonna be the only reason there's alliteration because I don't want to do it for the whole freaking book. It's a jungle, all right. It's a jungle out. Oops. It's a jungle, all right. And some animal out there has stolen some other smaller animals. Has maybe just stepped out of line. Whatever, I don't care. Some animal out there has stepped out of line. Little do they know an apex predator is on their scent. That's freaking stupid. I like it. Guys, I'm the next James Tinian the fourth. This is gold. Okay, page 4. So we're going to have 5 panels. The last one will maybe be a kind of bigger one. Maybe we'll have a couple square panels for panels 4 and 3. And then I don't know. I guess maybe we'll plan on doing rectangles for panels 1 and 2, and I might change my mind. I don't know. We'll see. Page 5. Switch to Kevin. Maybe a headline. We're just looking at a newspaper. What's some goofy headline that might be printed if a bunch of rich people's very exotic animals were stolen? Some goofy headline. Do. Now I'm gonna have Randy Newman stuck in my head. It's a jungle out there. What does Autobahn Society mean? Is that rich people, or is that a term that didn't exist back then? Autobahn Society. Oh no, it has to do with animals, right? Oh, yeah. That has nothing to do with rich people. Is it specifically birds? Oh, okay. I was misled. Okay. Pets of the elite stolen. I don't know. Just some generic headline for now. I don't know. Maybe I'll think of something better later. Some guy took our pets. Quote, rich people. That's the headline. That's if I was a reporter, that's the kind of headline I would write. Some guy took our pets. And then panel 2, we see Kevin smiling and looking at the newspaper. And then maybe he's... What kind of person is Kevin? Ugh. Been doing this for about 3 hours now. I'm sure anybody who is still watching that's like up to date doesn't really need to be reminded about why we're doing this, so I won't bother saying it again. If I'm wrong, just put something in the chat, I guess. Let's see. He's saying to himself, maybe, justice is served. And it's still like tight on his face. And then maybe panel 3, we zoom out a little bit more. To see maybe he's got a lemur on his shoulder. And that's all we can see. And he says, those... what's like a mean word for rich people? Like those snobby fools, or those upper crust incompetents, maybe? That seems pretty mean. Had no business. Owning those exotic animals. What do they know about what do they know about animal husbandry? Is that accurate for what we're talking about, or is that just when you're like trying to put animals together? What do they know about animal care, I guess? Panel 4. Panel 4 is out more animals. Animal care. It's not right to rip creatures from their natural habitats and parade them around. I feel like I wanna. Okay, maybe I'll switch the order of that sentence around so it hits harder in panel 5. When it's zoomed all the way out, he's got all the animals in his apartment. Whatever. And he just sighs. Maybe he just says, "Idiots." It's not right to treat them. Okay. It's not right to treat animals like a fashion. Ooh, that's a bad eraser. It's not right to not right to treat animals like commodities. What do I want to say here? Not right to treat those animals like commodities. Keeping them far away from their natural habitat, I guess. Keeping them in, I guess, unsuitable habitats. Yeah. And then it zooms out. We can see 1 billion animals inside an apartment, which is another unsuitable habitat. So it's ironic, and he knows something is wrong. So that last panel is going to be the biggest one, and we'll just get a little bit bigger with every panel. Maybe what I'll do is I'll have the headline in a kind of smaller box, then him smiling in another box. Yeah, that's what I'll do. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 panels. You can just go on the other side of this, I think. Page 6. This is kind of slow work, isn't it, huh? Frick. Page 6. We're still working with Kevin. Okay. I think by the end of page 8, I want one of the animals to have knocked over like a little toy set of Noah's Ark, so he gets the idea to make an ark. So in the next couple pages, he's going to have a hard time keeping them in his apartment and then be like, I got to take you somewhere else. But where do I take you? Where can I possibly take you? And then when an animal knocks over his ark, which he has because he's a vet, so why wouldn't he have animal toys, toys that are based on animals? It makes sense. Trust me. Then he'll be like, oh, light bulb. Oh, and then the transition can be something about a flood, like I was flooded with information, and it transfers back to Bob, and he's just gathering clues, and none of it is useful. That's a good idea. Trust me, it's a good idea. I have nothing but good ideas, I swear. Okay, so in the meantime, the animals have to do something obnoxious. Maybe somebody comes by to collect his rent. This whole issue is just gonna be a commentary on capitalism and rent in the big city. All I want to talk about here is paying rent. That's clearly the only thing on my mind. Let's see. Page 6, page 6, page 6. Thirsty. I drank all my Taco Bell. Would anybody like to bring me more Baja Blast? Panel 1. That's funny. How could I do that? That's a good idea. Yeah. Why does your apartment smell so bad? Okay, that's a good idea. All right. So first of all, we have to get him up off the couch. There, I want there to be general chaos. He's probably got a rhino in here, right? Like that's what we decided. There's going to be a rhino, so he's got a rhino as well as all these other animals living in his apartment right now. Let's see. Maybe this doesn't have to be 4 pages. Maybe it could just be like 3. I don't know if I can fill up 4 with what I want to do here. How did the last page end? Oh, yeah. I want to zoom back in on him. I think. I'm thinking. Bob is already out on the streets. So maybe if something got thrown out the window and hit Bob, that would be appropriate. Okay. Maybe somebody's got like a little caiman or something. This is, I don't know why this one is. I'm getting too perfectionist. I need to fail faster. Gotta fail faster, everybody. Okay. If Professor, like, what? If the rhino knocks over Noah's Ark and it hits Bob on the head, how it's got to go out the window, right? So then Kevin can't have the moment of realization that he needs to build an ark. Has to fall in the apartment. So can't hit Bob. But what I can do is I'm thinking maybe okay. Kevin is like coddling this lemur. He says, what's the lemur's name? Somebody give me a name for the lemur. Sorry, Margaret. Yeah, that'll do. I already gave you my last butterscotch. Candy. Oh, that wouldn't give a lemur a butterscotch candy. Cuddling, maybe. I don't know. Don't question me. I don't know. Maybe he's a bad vet. So he gives candy to lemurs. I already gave him my last butterscotch candy. I can't leave all of you here. And then maybe he'll get cut off. I don't know, blah, blah, blah. And then panel 2. Panel 2. Kevin yelling because there's a... What is eating his shoe? What kind of animal? What animals do we have? A tortoise, the giant tortoise. Giant tortoise is eating maybe his couch. Yeah, that makes sense. Spit that out. What were couches made of back then? That's fine cashmere. No, he doesn't care. I just cleaned this couch. Did they have couches back then? Or did they just have like lounge chaise longues and like chairs? When was the couch invented? Real? Just clean this couch. Panel 3. Maybe a bird. What kind of bird? Seagull. Yeah, seagull drags some kind of cloth over his face. He says, don't, what, don't steadily walk. No, that's not funny. Don't waddle away from me. Come back. Glumph. That's the sound people make when a shirt gets thrown into your face. How do I want to show this? How do I want to show his landlady knocking on his door? Do I want to show her, or do I just want to have the knocking sounds from inside the apartment. No one away from me. Okay. Chaos. I'm just gonna write chaos. And then Kevin is yelling. Knock on the door. What's Kevin's last name? What's Kevin's last name, everybody? Dongle. We're going to call him Mr. Dongle. Kevin Dongle. I want out. Mr. Dongle. Kevin Kruger. Open up this door this instant. Panel 5. Everything stops. Kevin says, uh-oh. Page 7. And then I think maybe that'll look like 5 panels. I think, I really like this format. Maybe what I'll do is do like that. Kevin peeking through door. To landlady. What's her name? What? What's another name from Great Gatsby? Wait. Wormwood. What if I took Wormwood, Miss Wormwood from Calvin and Hobbes? That'd be fun. Johnson is not scary enough. I want her to be scary. Yes, Mrs. Wormwood. Let's see. Mr. Dongle. What is all that racket? And good heavens. That smell. I'm receiving by the minute. I'm receiving complaints by the minute from other tenants. And then maybe it'll be one of them split panels where we can see. How do I describe this? We can see inside the apartment as well as outside the apartment. So like it's a cross section of the wall, so we can see the animals like doing crazy stuff. Maybe they're also listening at the door behind Kevin. They're all curious. Every animal pressed up against the door. Ooh, it's cold in here. I wonder. Do. Smell? What smell? the stench of death, Mr. Dongle. The stench of death, Mr. Dongle. It radiates from your domicile like what? It radiates from your domicile like what? like the devil's apple pie. Panel 3. Devil dung. I was just talking today about how you can, if you don't like something, if you find anything unpleasant, you can just say that it's the devil's whatever, and then it. Thanks, Critical Monkey. You can just say that it's the devil's something or other, and then that becomes its new name. Like I saw a tree today. I saw a sign about trees at a park I was at, and it was like, "Watch out for the devil's walking stick," and it was just a tree with thorns on it. And I thought, you can just say the devil's blah 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 for anything if you don't like it. Like poison ivy could just be the devil's toilet paper. That could have been the name that we came up with. We could be calling all poison ivy the devil's toilet paper now, especially here in the South where they just really want to say things belong to the devil. I like the mental image of the devil being this like super enthusiastic outdoorsman who's just covered in like poison ivy and thorns and just very unpleasant things. And he loves it. He just loves it. He's like, this is mine. I'm going to stop looking at the chat. I swear. Okay, panel 3. Radius from a domicile like a devil's apple pie. I have no idea what you're talking about. I just showered this morning. Oh, yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Mm-hmm. Maybe, okay. Lemur picking up a tomato. That's what the panel will be. And then in panel 4, he's closing the door, and she says, "Don't you brush me off, Dongle. I demand then to inspect the blah." And then he interrupts and he says, "So sorry, my toast is burning." That makes sense. Gotta go by. As a tomato hits the back of his head. Okay. The page 7. Page 8. Oh, I forgot to do the thumbnail. All right, we got to pick up the pace a little bit here. What do we have? 4 panels. I think what I'll do is have 2 kind of tall ones. And then we'll have kind of a skinny panel of the lemur picking up the tomato. And then a bigger panel down there. Okay. Page 8, panel 1. Interesting. I love the internet. Okay. Page 8, he turns around and what? They're doing crazy things again. Animals are chaos. Kevin yelling. I can't take this anymore. Panel 2. Kind of a big one. Kevin fighting through the crowd. Have to get you all out of here. But where can I take you? Oh, this is a very exposition heavy panel. Where can I take you? Where do you belong? And then crash. Close up. Noah's Ark on floor. What animals do we have? Otter looks embarrassed. Kevin has an idea. We don't need any words. And then the voiceover, we're transferring back to Bob. That's when the flood came. Boom. Page 9. Panel 1. Okay. Okay. This will have like a few panels in a row. Bob talking to rich guy. The flood of information. A torrent of sob stories. But not a drop of, I want to say clue, but not a drop of a clue. That doesn't make sense. Not a drop of information. I already said information. Not a drop of what? I gotta look up synonyms for information. That's like valuable. Information synonym. Not a drop of enlightenment, maybe? Panel 2. Bob talking to a zookeeper, maybe? Not drop is better because the whole sentence is just a ton of water words. Flood, torrent, sob, drop. Theme. I'm talking to zookeeper. What is this? I guess I'll probably do... Oh, I'll probably just do 4 rectangles. Critters are gone. Silent stampede. Bob going to a movie. Hmm. Maybe that doesn't make any sense. Let's see. Bob. Who else could Bob talk to? Bob on a building. I need a perspective to see the bigger picture. I don't know how to write mysteries. I feel like I need to introduce clues, but if I introduce clues, they need to actually lead to something, and that's like that involves knowledge of things I don't knowledge. No, it's fine. I can think of something. Okay. I need a perspective to see the bigger picture. Why were the animals taken? Panel 4. Whew, my brain hurts. Some people do this every day. It's crazy. I swear, when we finally start drawing this, it's going to be so much more fun. This is like the most boring part of the process right now, I promise. Let's see. Why were the animals taken? I feel like I want him to be walking past obvious clues and just be clueless about it, you know? Maybe I'll just have him walking through the streets. What is that, 3? Okay. I want to have like 3 small panels for those 3. And then maybe what we can do is have 2 panels. Okay. I'm walking down a street, lighting a cigarette, because they're always lighting a cigarette in these noirs. Oh, I haven't explained that Kevin is a vet yet. It doesn't matter. I had to consider motive. Somebody would have have to somebody would have to have a grudge against these somebody would have to have a grudge against these social elite to steal from them. That's the most logical explanation. And then panel 5 is the same perspective. Bob looking dramatically into the sky, you know, as people do when they're being dramatic. Kevin behind him leading animals into an alleyway. And then Bob says, I knew I could feel it. I was looking in the right direction. That's panel 5 of page 9. Page 10, panel 1. Let's see. What else is Bob doing? We're on page 10. Man. We're not even halfway. 5 scenes. 5 times 4 is 20, so plus 2. We'll have 2 extra pages. Okay. Okay. So I gotta fill 3 more pages with Bob doing clues. Maybe he should go and consult with somebody. Yeah, he should go consult. Yes. Oh, he has an informant. Okay. Bob. Oops. Bob walking into a bar. And it's one of them, like, one of them, you know, smoky bars, and there's a bunch of dudes sitting around all alone, looking shady, you know, and he's walking through the door. It's great. I can picture it in my brain. It's going to be awesome. I decided to shake some trees. See what kind of coconuts I could gather. No, see what kind of fruit would fall out. Whatever. I'm not a detective. Panel 2. What's a good name for, like, a really shady informant? Like some just greasy greasy criminal type dude. I call him, like, slippery Sam. That's cliche. I need an even stupider name for a dumb informant. Two-Tooth Tony. I'm going to call him Two-Tooth Tony. That is a real person from my life. You got to draw upon your real experiences when you're writing. Bob walking up to Two-Tooth Tony. Tony is yelling at bartender. You think I'm stupid? I know things. I know that on the rocks means extra olives. Don't gaslight me. And he super angry. Bob sits down next to him. Just says, Toot Tony. And Tony says, oh, hey, Bob. How are the kids? Panel 4. Bob orders a drink. He says, I still don't have kids. What I need is answers. And then he says to the bartender, what does he want? Something ridiculous. A pickle, please. Hold the horseradish. The heck? Somebody here? Somebody at my house? There better not be somebody at my house. I hate visitors. I need his answers. A pickle, please. Not picking up. Sorry, dude. What does he say? He says, what's the skinny? Now I'm going to say, what's the skinny? Should I have 5 panels? Nah, I'm going to do 4. That's my thumbnail. That's what I'm going to do. Page 11. Six people. Thanks for watching, 6 people. Somebody took some pets from the what do we call it? The what do we call the club? The Lucky Duck? Somebody stole some pets from the Lucky Duck. I have no idea why. I'm bad at my job. What have you heard? What just a way for him to say he's heard about it. Oh yeah, I'm your guy. That's lame. I may know something. Panel 2. Yeah, that's a good idea. You're looking in the wrong place. And then Bob says, I didn't tell you where I was looking. I didn't tell you where I was looking yet. Doesn't matter. Panel 3. These folks with the pets. Some people say some people say they don't know how to keep them. Shouldn't have them in the first place. And Bob says, "Oh yeah? Like who?" Panel 4. Bob gets hit in the face by a pickle. And Tony says, maybe you should ask yourself, who gives a hoot? Who gives a hoot about critters? And then Bob's inner monologue says, that's when it hit me. And of course, this is funny because he's currently being hit in the face by the pickle that he ordered. Hilarious. I'm a genius. Page 12. Panel 1. Do. Oh, I forgot to draw a thumbnail for that one too. What are you? I could just do the classic. I'll just do the 4 long panels for that one. I don't have any specific vision for it. Page 12. Last page of Bob. Bob running out of the bar. Only one man in this city only one man in the city was known to care for. Only one man in the city was known to care for animals. That's a lame sentence. Only one man in the city cared whether pets lived or died. That's so stupid. Only one man in the city could. Oh, okay. Only one man in the city could care so much for pets that weren't rightly his. Panel 2. Bob arriving at a vet. Take it to the vet. Bob arriving at a vet. Clinic? I don't know. Are they called clinics? Question mark. Bob arriving at the vet. in a dog eat dog world, he supplied the kibble. Yeah, that's a great line. Panel 3, small panel. Sign on the door says business hours. Blah, 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 whatever those hours are. And then for emergencies, visit this address. So we see in panel 4, Bob running down the street. The veterinarian. Veterinarian. It had to be. Panel 5. Panel 5. Bob knocking over Mrs. Wormwood on stairs. And she says, have you seen Mr. Dong? As Kevin says, police business. Step aside. And he pushes her over the railing. And then panel 6. Kevin's empty apartment. Have I already used the out from under my nose thing? Page 4. Page 3. Pilfered him out from under my protection. Yeah. Okay. He had just left. I could smell him. He just left. I could smell it. It smelled. No, I won't. No. Panel 7. Picking up Noah from the arc set. But where? Question mark. Okay, so that one's going to have a lot of panels. We're going to do some real Daniel Warren Johnson work here, right? You know how he just crams a bunch of tiny panels in his pages. So maybe what I'll do... okay, so this is the little Noah figure. I see it. And this is him picking it up. Running out of the bar. Oh, gosh, I've got a lot of panels. Running down the street. Okay. So we need a big panel for Kevin's apartment. Maybe we'll do 2 smaller panels for that. Oh man, this is a lot. This is a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 panels. Ah! It's fine. It'll work out. Page 13. That looks like page B. Panel 1. We're really cooking now. So is the dude who keeps revving his engine right next to my window. That's only half? No, it's more than half. Okay, page 13, we're heading back to Kevin. Okay. Establishing shot. We have Marina. Sign. Panel 2. Kevin ushering animals onto luxury yacht. Marina sign. No, never mind. Change my mind. Go. And in the background, no. Still working up to that. Okay. Panel 3 over Kevin's shoulder. Man in background. I say, what's vacate my vessel at once. What? Okay, no. And then panel 4. Kevin pushing guy into water. Guy says, what tomfoolery is wah? And Kevin says, yeah. That page is going to be fun. Okay, so that's our establishing shot. We have a nice little sign there, and then there's the water, and there's a dock that goes out here, right? And then here's a boat. Boop, 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 boop. Here's a boat. Very cute. And then, yeah, we'll just do another 4-panel grid. Why not? Page 13, page 14. I need to switch pencils. Getting kind of dull. Okay. Kevin running to the wheel. Everybody comfy? Let's go. Great. Panel 2. Kevin, I don't know, piloting the ship with lemur on shoulder. Hey, Joe, I just started page 14. We're getting all the hard stuff out of the way here. Yeah, I'm. Let's see. We had a whole scene with Two Tony, and that's when freaking Bob found out that it's the vet who's doing it, and now Kevin just pushed a guy into the lake and stole his boat, or the ocean. I don't know, body of water. Okay. We're doing it. Hee hee. Next stop, your new home. Panel 3. Zooming out. Where is home? Albino critters rarely last in the wild. Zoomed out more. I suppose I'll head to tropics. They're nice, right? Zoomed out more. Something is following the ship. In panel 5, it's Bob on a motorboat. Kevin voiceover. Anywhere is better if those people aren't bothering you. Okay. Page 15, panel 1. time is it? 4:43. I haven't even started drawing. Okay. Page 15. Bob motors up beside yacht. Bob. Okay. Bob leaps onto side of yacht. Bob says, herp. It's like a grunt. Close up. Bob clinging to side. Something hits his head. Hit on head by something. I don't know. Huh? Looks up. Sees animals staring down at him. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I forgot to do this page. The thumbnail. I like the idea of the fourth panel being really big on that page. So we're just going to do another. Oh, there's 5 panels. Okay. I will split this first one into 2 and then have 2 more. Okay. And then on page 15, I think what I want to do is that, and then we'll have 2 square panels. Okay, and then panel 5 on page 15 is Bob climbing over railing onto deck past the animals. And he says, excuse me, coming through. Okay, that's page 15. Page 16, panel 1. Oh, gotta finish this script, me hearties. Okay, page 16. This is where This is where we start to have the showdown. How should I have the two of them meet? What's the funniest way I can have them meet? Let's see. What can he do to like send an alarm? I don't know. They didn't really have alarms in the 20s, right? Huh. Twicky. So page 16, Bob will meet. Okay. Page 16. Wolverine alerts Kevin. Kevin. What's wrong? Panel 2. Kevin looks outdoor. Panel 3, we see what... Oh. Bob. Now has been seen. Panel 4. Kevin. Panel 5. Bob. Very noir. Very crime noir. Yeah. Can we fit 5? Yeah, I can fit 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. They did it in Nemesis, right? Pretty sure they did. Oh, I can't move. I'm trapped at my desk. Running towards Kevin. Okay. Page 17. Panel 1. Bob reaches door. Kevin is inside holding... What kind of weapon should he have? It's going to have some kind of weapon, but it's probably going to be stupid. Kevin's inside holding... What would you have inside the captain? What's it called where the ship wheel is? What is that called? That room? I forget. And what kind of weapons would you have in there? Probably like a harpoon gun. Yeah. Yeah, that works. He's got a harpoon gun. Because why wouldn't he? You know, why everybody has harpoon guns. Or just a harpoon. Just one harpoon. And Bob says, these animals don't belong to you. I gotta sharpen these pencils. Where's that pencil sharpener? It's over here. Oh. Pencil sharpeners are very important for people who refuse to use computers, like adults. That did not work. There we go. Oh, that's satisfying. Ooh, look how sharp. Look how sharp that is. Wow. Okay, these animals don't belong to you. What kind of weapon would Bob have? Bob inching closer to Kevin. Kevin says, their owners were neglecting them. These magnificent creatures were being treated like jewelry. And then Bob says, that don't make it right to steal them. Now I'm warning you. I'm being paid. I'm being paid to bring him back. And that payment is going to be my rent. And then panel 3. Bob pulls a fork from his pocket. Redeem. And I always pay my rent. Panel 4. Kevin, holding his harpoon, looks confused. See, this page right here, I'm definitely picturing John Cassaday's art. I've got Astonishing X-Men in my brain, picturing this page in particular. Page 17, page 18, panel 1. Oh boy. Let's see. Bob lunges at Kevin. Fork first. Yeah. Kevin. Ack. Panel 2. Okay. What animals do we have? Bob trips over what animals? Maybe he trips over the tortoise. Whoop. Panel 3. Kevin runs up a ladder as Bob gets up. Bob says, get back here. You can't escape the law. Panel 4. Kevin on roof of yacht. Holding harpoon. I cannot follow a law that brings harm. Can't you see? Let's see. Tree like jewelry. Okay, yeah. Can't you see these people don't deserve? Okay. Can't you see these people don't deserve? And then Bob is coming up the ladder as well. He says, that's not your choice to make. Yeah, we'll just do 4 panels on that page too. And then we'll do a couple of these. Page 19, we're almost there. Whew. Ugh. 5 hours. Not your choice to make. Just wondering. Last time I showed my face on the camera, I gained like 10 people all at once. Does that work every time? Looks like no. Okay, moving on. Page 19. Excuse me. Probably oh yeah, that would work. Close up on Bob. Without law and order. Society would collapse. Panel 2. Kevin close up. But Bob is saying we would be no better than animals ourselves. Panel 3. Kevin looking at the animals below him. Panel 4. Kevin grips his harpoon. Sounds like you don't know animals very well. Oh, that page is going to be sick. Once again, I wish I had John Cassaday here to draw it. A nice big panel of all the animals. And then we'll zoom in on him there. Page 20. Panel 1. Only 3 more pages, guys. We're getting there. We're getting there. Page 20. Let's see. Kevin runs at Bob, swinging harpoon like a bat. I could bring back in Bob's detective narrative at this point. What did I have him saying at the beginning? How am I going to do this? How am I going to do that? Bob's inner dialogue says, I got myself trying to write something good again. Got to remember to fail faster. What should he say? I'm sure this is very exciting right now for those of you still watching. He pounced like a raging tiger. Bob ducks. Lets Kevin fall over him. Let's see. Inner dialogue says... Oh, no. Okay. He's scared. Okay, so he basically like he balls himself up because he's freaking out. He's like, "Oh no, this dude's running at me with a harpoon." So he just like gets in the fetal position on the ground, and Kevin trips over him. But then his inner dialogue is, "I kept my calm." What's that word? Oh, what's the word? Word. Not. I hate when you can't think of a word. Civilized. I was the civilized man here. Panel 3. Bob wielding. Oh, maybe panel 3. Kevin drops the harpoon. Panel 4. Bob wielding his fork over Kevin. Oh, inner D. I first declawed the beast. And then prepared for the final blow. Okay. Page 21. Three, 4. Gonna do another one of these because that's like my favorite block, I guess, to do. Page 21. What animal close up, bird steals his fork? Yoink. Close up, bird steals his fork. Bob looks behind him to see Animals. Coming. Panel 3. A zebra. Yeah, a baby zebra. Baby zebra kicks Bob off yacht. Oof. Bob plummets into water. How much space do I want all that to take up? Yeah. Yeah, I'll just do the regular 4 rectangles. Why not? If Mark Miller can do it for most of his pages, so can I. I don't care. All right, page 22. This is the last page. Maybe, okay. Kevin and animals looking over side of boat. Zooming out. Kevin petting animals. Panel 3. Zoomed out. Boat sailing away. Angry Bob in water, maybe? And that's the end. That's 22 pages. We did it. We wrote a comic. Whoa! Oh, man. I need a break. 14, 15, 13, 15. Okay, yep. And 11, page 8, 9, 6, 7. That's page 4, page 5, page 1, 2, 3. We did it. That's our script. Now we can start drawing. Okay. Okay, hold on. I need a drink. I've been talking for 5 hours. 5 hours and 15 minutes. All right, so I'm just gonna leave you a note. There you go. I'll be right back. Oh. Okay, I'm back. Here's what I'm gonna do. Just gonna. Whoa. 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 Okay. Okay. So, because I don't know exactly what I don't know exactly what this looks like on Facebook. So, just in case you are scrolling past this right now and you have no idea what's going on, here's what's happening. We are raising money for the Every Comic Shop in Georgia trip that I'll be going on next week. It starts on Wednesday. What is that? The 15th. We're visiting over 5 days. We're going to 44 comic shops. I've already been to 4, so that's a total of 48 comic shops in Georgia. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a video series, just like the one I did for Michigan, where I went to, I think I went to 50. No, I went to like 65 shops, but some of them didn't count. So in the video, you should see some like 65 something shops. I don't know. We're doing the same thing. And last time I did it, it was kind of as a farewell to Michigan because I was moving to Georgia at the end of the month, and it felt like just the kind of thing that I should do for the channel. We're doing Georgia now because I had so much fun with Michigan, and people liked it so much that I kind of think I just want to do every single state because it's so much fun. It's like I am looking forward to it so much. It is the brightest beacon on my horizon in an otherwise very stressful and frustrating few months since I moved here. So the goal is to raise $400 because gas is going to be like $300, and I would like to feed my cameraman, who is very generously giving me a lot of his time away from work and away from what he does at home, and he's coming down here to film for me, even though he doesn't really like comics that much. So anything you donate towards that will be very much appreciated. If you like the Every Shop in Michigan videos and you want to see something made for people in Georgia, that would be fantastic. If you just like the channel and you want to help support it, that's also fantastic. If you were scrolling through this video and you saw when I was talking about the comic that I'm currently working on making, and you don't care about the Every Shop in Georgia video, but you want to help get that comic made, you could donate towards that too. That'd be amazing. I will accept any money for any of these projects very happily. Let's see. So what we're doing right now is we are making a comic book. So I took your prompt, really the prompts of a few people who were active in the chat. And what we have is a 22-page script that I just finished writing. Took me like 3 hours or something. It was ridiculous. And now I'm going to start drawing it. And then if anybody is still watching, I'd like to auction it off, but if nobody is watching, it'd be kind of annoying to just have, it'd be kind of pointless, I guess, to have one person say, I'll give you $20, and then there's nobody else there. So if people are still watching, I will probably sell what I'm about to make. But we have the script. It is time to start drawing. If anybody has any questions, nobody has said anything in the chat for a while, so I don't know if it's maybe just not showing up anymore or if it looked so boring that nobody wanted to join for a while. But if you have any questions about the Georgia trip or the comic I'm making long-term or the comic I'm making right now short-term, just drop them in the chat. And if you would like to donate, all the information on that sign back there is in the description of this video. Okay, back to work. Whoa. 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 Whoop. Whoop. Okay. A blank piece of paper. The most wonderful thing in the world. There we go. That's a little better, right? Okay. Page 1. Page 3. Okay. Yeah. So what I'm going to do right now is just some pencils. And then I'll probably come back when we're done to do some inks. As I'm sure you can tell, I am not a professional comic artist. Purely for fun. Okay, first panel. I wish I could write in italics. I think what I want to do here is oh boy. It's okay. I feel like maybe what I want to do, I want it to feel like it's raining on us, but I don't know how to show that. Yep, this is great. This is awesome. It's exactly what I wanted. And by that, I mean not at all what I wanted. That's okay. Okay, panel 3. Over here, we'll say... Do we decide porcupines? Yeah. All right, now we're going to have... So we got a dude. He's got his little hat. His little foot. Man, it looks like this guy is wearing a fur coat. That is not what I had in mind. Hey, what does this guy look like? We never really decided. He's walking down the middle of the street because he's a dummy. Even though there are sidewalks everywhere. That's not how that works, is it? Is it this and then that? No, that's sort of how it works, I guess. I'm just really not using my perspective correctly. Mm-hmm. So maybe we got like a fire hydrant here. What do fire hydrants look like? All of a sudden, I can't remember what a fire hydrant looks like. Maybe we got like one of them awnings right there. Yeah. Over here we got nope. There's a door and maybe a big window there. Another big window there. And we got some windows here. Oh frick. These windows gotta go like that. Yeah, look at me. I'm the next Will Eisner. Mm-hmm. Maybe we have a nice little water tower up here. That's not how that would look. It'd be like that, right? It'd be like that. And it's raining. Yeah, page 1. Meh. Very dark. Very, very dark. Man. Page 1. Page 2. Did I? Okay. What I'll do is have kind of a skinny panel. Yeah, sharpen my pencil again. Ugh. Oh! I don't know if that was helpful. Were you aware of the comic shop Tardy's in Grand Rapids? I saw you did Goldmine. I want to make. Yeah, Tardy's in Grand Rapids is great. Yeah, I wanted to spend a lot of time there. I love Tardy's in Grand Rapids, and I also went to Tardy's Underground in Allegan, both of which are great shops. But the Tardy's in Grand Rapids, if I lived in Grand Rapids, that's where I would go. That's a really great shop. They're actually one of the shops that uses Manage Comics, which is the guy who is sponsoring this trip. And I recommend Manage Comics as well. I talked about that a lot earlier in the video. But yeah, Tardy's is awesome. Page 2. I think I'll have him like. I think I'll have him. He's such a pretty lady. Oh boy. Oh boy. I've made decisions that I don't stand by. Oh boy. This is so bad. Oh, man. Woo! Maybe the hat goes... No, it probably wouldn't. Maybe just like that. That's terrible. Oh, man. Oh, no. What have I done? Oh, boy. That's so bad. Jeepers. Hey, that's terrible. You know what? I think maybe I'm just going to abandon that whole idea. I'm just going to not draw the panel that way. I shouldn't have drawn it in such heavy lines. Yikes. See, I got cocky after the last page. I felt like that one kind of turned out the way I wanted it to. And now I have to backtrack a little bit. Oh, and I drew it so dark. Oh, I'm going to flip it over. I got to decide how much detail I want to be put into this. Maybe what I'll do, this is a street lamp. That you're looking at from below. That is very hard to tell what's going on there. Yep. Noir. This is noir. Mm-hmm. That's a little better, I guess. I still don't know how to draw shadows at all. What's the word? don't know. I mean, it's way better than the last one was looking. It looks like a little skull. It's okay. Okay. Panel 2. Big one. That's a big panel. And then these two. It's important to have gutters in your comic. For all y'all amateurs who actually want to like try harder than I'm trying right now, you really got to have gutters, because some editors just won't even take your work seriously if you decide not to use gutters. They want you to prove that you know why there are rules in the first place before you go breaking them, you know? So, and gutters, as Scott McCloud has said, help cut up the moments in a story, because the gap between gutters is a subconscious break for you. So a lot of the time you see characters like exploding out of panels to create emphasis, or you see like a panel in the middle that won't have any gutters, which is these gutter lines here between panels. And that can really easily become confusing very quick. So I ain't no professional. I'm not gonna pretend like I am. I'm gonna use the gutters. Okay, panel 2. She's bursting in there. What kind of hair does this guy have? He's just in here friggin' being moody, you know. Just in here being a moody guy. She have a mustache? Nobody's answering me anymore. Just freaking staring at the ceiling, you know. Yes. Okay, let me add a mustache. Mustache added. Mustache added. We're going to give him just the silliest little mustache. Little walrus looking mustache there. Not big enough. He wears his hat in his office because he's stupid. He's bald. I've made a decision. He's bald. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm gonna do it as only I can. Wow, that's not how hats work, is it? No, sir. How far down do hats go on a person's face? I think I'm overthinking this. Let's get a little cowboy hat. Excellent. Oh boy. Very bad. Oh boy. Sure, that's how hats work. That's great. That is exactly how I imagined it. It's got a little Yosemite Sam cut out in the hat. Great. Love it. Done. I'm just sitting here looking up at the stars, thinking about life, having a great time. Oh boy. But she's got a petite little nose. Wee. That's her hair. What, this one? Excellent. This is precisely what I intended to draw. Yes. She's got one of them like puffball princess outfits, you know? The one that's all puffy. That's her arm. And here is here's her other arm grasping her purse. This is so bad. She's busting through the door. Okay, we're giving up. We're giving up on making it look good. Yeah, here's his desk. That's his desk with his got his little notepad on there. There's a little pencil. And then right here we got a lamp and button. And what else does he have? Maybe she's got a little little bow on her little belt. And over here we got some bookshelves. Maybe. Books. These are books. Maybe he's got one of them globes. That's a globe. Trust me. Bam. That was the problem. Oops. Wrong word. Letter. All the albino Wolverines in this town. Ah, dang it. It's Porcupine. And dry it up. Excellent. This is not going to be a good flow of dialogue in this panel, but that's okay. That's fine. My baby. Yup. Gotta get rid of that. Rid of that. Rid of that. Do. You have to find my poor baby. Yup. She gracefully threw a chair. Gotta sharpen it again. Ugh. Woo! I love root beer. That's her hair. She's standing on tiptoes. Yeet. There goes the chair. And he's got his little feet up. There's a little mustache. And right behind him, we have this giant window of the city. And there's the bookcase. Now we're having fun. She she gracefully took a seat and filled me in, right? Yeah. Some foul villain has... Oh boy. This is going to be a lot. Oops. Pilfered my Pookie. Pilfered my Pookie. Poached him out from under my protection. Yep, that'll work. It's his stupid hat. Man, every time I have to draw him, I just don't like it. I changed my mind. I don't like this perspective. Sometimes mistakes are just opportunities to be creative. And sometimes they're just wrong. What perspective do I want here? What do I want? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Mistakes were made. Yep, that's an eyebrow. That is an eyebrow. Oh, I'm ashamed of myself. Which one do I have first? Yeah, that's okay. I've decided that I don't care about details. Ugh, I requested more. Requested further information. Is that? I requested clarification, I guess. I don't know. page 2. Yeah. Let's see. Is it gonna be 4? That's too tall. I don't care. Hooah. Page 3. Page 3. Flashback. Daisy is walking Terrence the porcupine around happily. Yep. I understand hair. I definitely understand hair. That's so bad. Oh my goodness. So bad. Sure, fine. She's having a quagmire moment. Those are her hands clasped together. That's not what it looks like. Doesn't matter. Porcupine. What do porcupines look like? Porcupine. They're like. Okay, here's his paw. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Stop. What's going on? That is not how I intended that to look. He's grumpy. Grumpy little dude. Yep. And the sun is shining. My precious. Terrence. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, why not? That works. Great. That's great. Probably enjoyed 2 peas in a pod. We were. Daisy and Terrence at the Lucky Duck. More importantly, he was my personal passport to the phenomenal new social club. Okay. So we gotta have. Let's see. What does a social club look like? Freaking. Woo! Curly Q. And then right here. I don't know what porcupines look like. Do. Grumpy little porcupine. What else? What else? Oh yeah, I gotta draw a bunch of other people with their freaking pets. What are their pets? Otter, right? A really angry otter. That's an otter. That's definitely an otter. He's got a monocle and a little top hat. Because that's how everybody looked back then. And a little bow tie. And what else? What other animals? Freaking panda. They've got like, yeah, big old black spots. There's a panda. Very angry panda. Hair. I don't know. This lady's got a hat on. I need one more person with a dumb animal. One more dumb animal. What? On page 1. Penguin. Oh, a penguin. I haven't done anything with a penguin. That's the penguin. That's the penguin. He's angry. This guy's also got a tap hat on. Because I'm lazy. That's why. More importantly, here's my personal passport to the phenomenal, prestigious. Prestigious new social club, the Lucky Duck. Just to be extra stupid, I'm going to have her saying the Lucky Duck right next to the sign that says the Lucky Duck. Oh, no, this is voiceover. I don't need her little word bubbles. The lucky duck. Hooray. Oh man, I'm so sick of drawing these people. Oh, freaking. What's that Hollywood thing where they've always got all those lights? And they're like, wow, wow. When you walk in, you're going to feel so glamorous. Wow. I don't know. Maybe that's what the club looks like. Shaggy little dude. Covered in quills. Not friendly. Ouch. Okay. I was a princess among peasants thanks to my perfect tyrants till it all fell apart. I'm gonna draw her eyes really close together here. Yep. Masterpiece. It's a masterpiece. Hooray. And she's got a little tiara. How nice. Oh, they give her a little crown. I've given up on this page. I don't care. I was a princess among peasants. Oh, oh. And the word bubble is gonna overlap the panel there. Poker polo on the grounds. Poker polo on the patio, maybe. Oh no. Your cages are open. What are you gonna do? That's terrible. Oh no, bummer, dude. Oh, that's a real head scratcher for these folks. You know what bums me out is, well, first of all, I did that perspective entirely wrong, but that's not that important. What bums me out is I kind of actually like this script now. I'm the one drawing it, and I know that I'm not going to do it justice. It's a bummer. Maybe this one is still closed, but there's nobody in there. This one is also closed because I'm tired of drawing this page. Oh boy, that is very hard to make sense of, isn't it? Whatever. Here's Top Hat Guy. And there's another Top Hat Guy. Oh no! One night while we were predisposed with poker polo, on the patio, our pets were pinched. Ah! Page 3. I sharpen my pencil again. Ugh. Let's see what happens on page 4. Yikes. 5 panels. Okay. Okay, that's my grid. How do I draw a lady blowing her nose on a dude's pant leg? That is very hard. Why did I do this to myself? Let me see. Bum 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 bum. That's his chair. That's his desk. Okay, maybe it's the stool he's sitting on. That's her big frickin' nose. Alpinos. That is what it looks like to have this lady blow her nose on his pant leg. Just looks like she's really sniffing it. Really sniffing that pant leg. And his leg is really long because I feel like it. That's why. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, maybe he does have an armrest. I don't know. Bro, you ever wonder why you bothered starting a creative project in the first place? And then you remember that you got to fail faster so that you can one day become good. You have to fail. This failure is an important part of my later success in life. Got to remember that. You never start out great or fast. You got to learn how to be great and fast. You know what? I'm not going to give him any arms. He doesn't deserve arms. Sorry, Bob. No arms today. There's his arms. He's got little arms. Mm-hmm. Bert. That is the sound of somebody blowing their nose. Oops. Police are practically pointless these days. Sob. You're his only hope, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Remember how much effort I put into just the darkness in that first panel? Remember, you see how little effort I'm putting in now? Crazy. It's crazy. Fabert. No. Wrong line. Woo! I'm just gonna have his mustache be really freaking big here. Yep. That is exactly as much detail as I'm gonna give him. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That ought to do it. Oh, this is terrible. Yep. Good enough. Don't poop your pants, man. I'll find your pets. But there's a price. Yep, that's his little word bubble there. Well, that's terrible. Yep. Terrible. Nope. Change my mind. That's his mustache. And those are his lips. Can't you tell? Isn't it obvious? And this is his little word balloon. Mm-hmm. Perfect. Exactly how I intended it to look this whole time. Yep. How much have we raised so far? Let's see. I think I saw one more a little while ago from, what was that, PayPal? Phone is loading. $20. Somebody else sent me another $20. I gotta add that to the thingy. I think we're right. I think we're at 190. We have raised 190 from today. Woo! Better than nothing. Here I go. Oh! Ah! I'm sorry. There. My rent. Man, I wish I was a better artist. Those are her arms. What was he wearing? I forget. I don't think I ever drew anything. That's him getting pushed out the door. There's another door here. And another door here. Nope, nope. That line makes it confusing. What did she say? Great, get to work. I decided to start right away. Battle on the street. I think I want like oh, that hat looks bad. Oop, nope, gotta have a nose. It's Zoidberg. back into the night. Dun, dun, dun. And he stumbled away. Stumble, stumble, stumble. Whoa. Mm-hmm. Wait, have I referenced the jungle yet? I'm about to say it's a jungle, all right. Have I said that before? Concrete jungle. Yeah. And some animal out there has stepped out of line. Little do they know an apex predator is on their scent. Dun dun dun. Page 4. Page 5. Oh yeah, we meet Kevin. I forgot about Kevin. I think maybe I don't need it to be that big. A little bit bigger. Biggest. No. What is it? Some guy took our pets. There's a freaking logo. Newspaper. And over here we're gonna have some picture of a guy, and then news Blah, 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 blah. I don't know, man. You know, Alex Ross said there's no such thing as not having enough time to make a comic that's as good as you want it to be. There's just not having the vision to make it as good as you want it to be. And I think that's kind of stupid. Some guy took our pets. Rich people. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Whew. 7 hours. Doing great. We're on page 5. Love it. Next is Kevin smiling. Tight on his face. Oh, we need to design Kevin. What does Kevin look like? There's his little face. Oh. I'm gonna not do that. That was a bad image. Losing steam, everybody. Let's look back at what we've done so far. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Yeah, this is where I gave up, isn't it? Page 4. This is Kevin. Yep, that's what Kevin looks like now. Excellent. Perfect. Perfect. I love it. That's much better. Whew. This is served. Here's his little lemur buddy. Interesting. All right. Well, okay. Here we go. We're going to finish this page. Just looks more and more like Elvis. That's okay. Gatsby had kind of an Elvis thing going, right? Do 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 do. Oops. What other critters are there? Maybe a bird. That's a bird. That is definitely a bird. That is some kind of creature. Right there. That is definitely some kind of creature. Man. And then we're going to have a freaking... Gotta have a rhino. How many horns? What do rhinos look like? Definitely just like that. That's what a rhino looks like. For sure. Oh, he's gotta have stripes. Stripey boy. There's a bird here. I don't know what it is, but it's gonna be on really, really tall legs. And we gotta have the tortoise. Mm-hmm. Penguin. That is definitely how you draw a penguin. All right, so these are just layouts. That's what they are. They're just rough layouts. Yeah, soon. What other animals? Oh yeah, otter. Yeah, there's a little fox sitting there. That's a fox. Bunch of animals. Page 5. All right. All right. All right. Yeah. Yeah. I am very tired. I am going to stop doing this now because raise a little bit of money. Raise a little bit. It'll make it a little bit easier on me out there. I'll be able to buy some lunch. It's great. I want to give a big thank you to Brian from Manage Comics, who is helping with the trip a lot. It is really encouraging to know that there are guys out there who care so much about this project that I'm working on. Once again, we are going to start going to every shop Wednesday the 15th. So not this coming Wednesday, but the Wednesday after that. And then we will continue to do shops until Sunday. I'm probably going to post my itinerary on Instagram or maybe on here, probably just Instagram. And I'm going to post times that I expect to get there. However, I would say don't expect me to show up at those shops at those exact times. Like if you live nearby and you want to, hey, thanks, Jordan. Jordan B. Do I know? I don't know. Thank you. If you live nearby one of those shops and you really want to try to be there when I show up to film, you can feel free to do so, but I have no idea what's going to happen with traffic. So I might be late or I might be early, or I might have such bad traffic that I just decide to skip one or two shops and then come back to it a different day. So I'm not saying I don't want to see you, because I do want to see you, and it'd be really exciting if somebody from the channel was there and could say hi. But keep in mind, I'm on a super tight schedule, and I don't know if that schedule is going to be as accurate as what I post. That's just the guideline. However, if you want to hang out inside, what the heck? However, if you want to hang out inside the comic shop all day and potentially buy things from the shop, that's great. I think you should support your local shop as much as you can. And if we get to chat really quick while I show up, that is an added bonus. For anybody else who watches this live chat, the live stream after I end it, all the information is there. Once again, any donation is super appreciated. It's just going to make the whole thing easier for me. And we didn't surpass the thermometer, so I don't have money left over to put towards other states. So I'll be doing this again when I do those states. I'm just gonna start begging for money at every chance I get. Let's see. Questions, concerns. So this comic we've been working on all day. I really appreciate y'all who were participating in helping with the script and everything. And I know it was super boring waiting for me to write the script. I imagine most writers do that on their own, silently. So it's probably not the most dynamic thing to watch ever. Um, we will probably revisit it because we wrote a whole script, and honestly, I kind of like how it turned out. Maybe if we can find an artist out there who's just cool and has free time and thinks it's fun, they'll just draw it and they'll be better than I am. Um, but for now, I am very tired. I'm gonna go eat a meal. It's been 7.5 hours since I started. Thank you so much to everybody who donated. I really appreciate it. And of course, I'm gonna be doing videos probably every day while I'm on the road. Just a little short video to give you an update on what's going on. Um, and probably a couple videos before I leave, just about comic reviews. So till next time, I can hear the TV screen in the other room saying my voice. Till next time, keep supporting those local shops, and thanks so much for showing up. And your shoes untied.